The Shelter, written by G. N. Smith, narrated by Helen McAlpine. Prologue. In the silence of the snowstorm, the agonised scream jangled every last nerve in Fiona's body. She twisted round to look over her shoulder. With the wind at her back and leading the group, it was the only direction the scream could have come from. She saw two red shapes behind her. The closest would be her friend, Donna, and next to Donna would be one of the other hikers who'd joined them for the descent. The hike up to the knot of gathered people was a slog in these conditions, but Fiona gritted her teeth and followed Donna and the other red-jacketed hiker back uphill to where they discovered the others. 5, where there should be 6. Chapter 1. The view in front of Fiona MacLeish was more than worth the burning calves and chilly ears. Ben Vuya, one of Scotland's 282 Munros. Situated at the head of Loch Fyne on the western side, it topped out at just over 3,100 feet. To reach Munro status, a mountain has to be at least 3,000 feet high, and while Ben Vuya wasn't the tallest, it was regarded by those who knew about such things to be a tough climb, thanks to long, flat approaches and untracked areas, where hikers could easily get lost in misty conditions. Fiona had climbed 17 other Munros, and Ben Vuya would be the 18th she'd bag. From here, Fiona could see Loch Fyne and the Argyll Highlands to the southwest, and looking north were the southern fringes of the Scottish Highlands, while to the east was Loch Lomond and the Trossachs. It had been a slog to get here. Fiona had left her Loch Gilphead home at 6 after defrosting her car. When dawn broke, around 7:45, Fiona and her companions, Donna and Jack, were already trekking towards Ben Vuya's lower slopes, their way illuminated by head torches. At this time of year, it was always better to get an early start and do the first leg in darkness, so there was time to bag the Munro and descend before darkness returned. Donna and Jack had been childhood sweethearts who'd married young and grown together. They still held hands all the time, and their complete devotion to each other was lighthouse obvious. Along with Whitney and Olivia, Donna had been one of Fiona's closest school friends. Time and the vagaries of adulthood had pulled the four of them in different directions, but Fiona and Donna would always make the effort to meet up once or twice a year. Of her 3 friends, it had been Donna who'd had the courage to stand by Fiona through the darkest days of her life. Whitney and Olivia had shown face in those first terrible weeks, but it had been Donna who'd stuck by Fiona month after month. Donna's and Fiona's childhood homes had been at opposite ends of the same street in Gretna Green, and she'd never known a time when Donna wasn't her friend.
"Look at that."
Jack's arm extended west to the clouds that were scudding over the hills.
"I think we'd best be getting back. I don't like the look of those clouds."
Donna reached up and gave her husband a playful shove in the chest that barely moved him. "Wheesht, man! You're always worrying about the day you'll never see."
"He's got a point, Donna. The forecast said there's snow due tomorrow, but it looks like it could come early."
"Coming too soon. Just what every woman doesn't want." The comment was typical of Donna. Whatever the topic, she'd always find a way to make a smutty joke about it.
"You're terrible."
Fiona couldn't keep the smile from her face or tone.
"Oh yeah? I'm terrible, am I? Remind me, Fiona, who was it bent my ear on the phone for an hour and a half about some half-minute Harry she had the misfortune to date?"
"Donna!" Fiona turned to hide her burning cheeks from Jack. Donna was a good friend in all the ways that counted, but she had no sense of embarrassment for herself or others.
"Come on, let's get going."
Jack's arm was still pointing west, and Fiona could see the clouds were coming their way at pace. The hike back down would take only a third of the time it had taken to bag this Munro, but if those clouds closed in and wreathed Ben Vui in mist, or the first of the snows started to fall, the return trip would be a miserable experience. Another group of baggers was leaving the summit as Jack led the way to the track that snaked its way down the upper slopes like an alpine road. As was the custom, brief pleasantries were exchanged as the two groups set off downhill together. There were 6 people in the other group, and as was his way, Jack struck up a conversation with them. No matter the company or occasion, Jack could always find someone to talk to, so Fiona led the way with Donna at her side and the others all following. Fiona could overhear snippets of the conversation behind her.
Is that how you all know each other? The hotel?
Aye, we all work there, although Neil moved on a few years ago.
I've seen the signs for it. We'll have to come for some scran there next time we're up.
Despite the exertion and enough layers to repel the early December cold, Fiona could feel the temperature dipping as the clouds hid the sunlight that had warmed them all day. The wind was picking up too, and Fiona pulled her woolly hat down tight, making sure the lobes of her ears were covered. As the person leading, Fiona set a brisk pace, although she had to temper speed with caution when travelling down some of the steeper parts. Beside her, Donna was doing her best to keep up as breaths of air were smeared across their cheeks by the increasing winds. The trek down should take around 2 hours, which would get them to Fiona's car around 4 p.m, when the sun would set. The first snows came as a gentle flurry, but within 5 minutes the flurries morphed into a full-scale blizzard. Visibility was cut from miles to yards to feet. Worst of all, thanks to the recent dry weather, the snow lay where it fell. The snow beneath Fiona's boots was no more than an inch deep, but she could see it was deepening all the time. Before long it would blanket everything. The contours of the land would show the track, but all the trip hazards that could be seen by the naked eye would be buried. Fiona felt her pace was slowing, and as much as she wanted to press on, she knew to hurry in these conditions was to invite disaster. To their left, the Munro sloped away at a steep angle, although the track they were on was wide enough for 2 to walk abreast. All the same, Fiona made sure she was on the summit side of the track, lest she miss her footing at any point. The world around Fiona had been vibrant and full of colours, hues and shades decorating the landscape with a majestic beauty. All of that was now replaced with a dirty white shroud that billowed around them. The only noises Fiona could hear was the huffing of her breath and the crump of snow beneath her boots, and even they were faint sounds deadened by the snowfall. In the silence of the snowstorm, the agonised scream jangled every last nerve in Fiona's body. Fiona twisted round to look over her shoulder. With the wind at her back and leading the group, it was the only direction the scream could have come from. She saw 2 red shapes behind her. The closest would be her friend Donna, and next to Donna would be one of the other hikers who'd joined them for the descent. The hike up to the knot of gathered people was a slog in these conditions, but Fiona gritted her teeth and followed Donna and the other red-jacketed hiker back uphill to where they discovered the others, 5, where there should be 6. The missing hiker wasn't lying on the ground at the feet of the 5, nor were they behind any of the others as the group all faced each other. Fiona had 3 thoughts, all of which arrived together. The first was to check if Jack was among the 5. He was. Next, she checked downhill from the side of the track, her head torch picking its way through the falling snow. Opposite the cluster of people was a scuffing of the snow that shouldn't have been there. Fiona's third thought was the one to pierce her psyche with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. Not again. Twice in the past year, Fiona had been trapped in a solitary location by freakish weather, and on both of those occasions, a murderer had been among the people isolated alongside her. Fiona knew it was selfish of her to think that way, but there was no easy way to escape the ball of dread pinballing in her gut. She took a breath and forced herself to be calm and to think with the rational part of her brain. Donna might be highly strung about such things, but Fiona always found a way to process rather than react. A psychologist she'd visited had suggested the foundation of this trait was the influence of Fiona's Aunt Mary. Indomitable in every way, Aunt Mary had repaired a broken teen and allowed Fiona to grow into the woman she was today. The odds were the missing hiker had lost their way in the snow and tumbled down the steep side of Benvuya. That would by far be the best-case scenario, but still not a desired outcome. All the darker thoughts assaulting Fiona's brain were just chatter and speculation that had to be silenced until she had more facts. First of all, Fiona had to quickly determine who was missing. So she pulled on the arm of the hiker in the red coat, a tall woman with a pinched face and intelligent eyes. "Who's not here?" "Kevin. He must have wandered too close to the edge and fallen." Other voices echoed the tall woman's sentiments, and there was no mistaking the stress underlying everyone's tone. A younger man with a thin, scraggly beard over a distraught face was pointing down the slope.
"We have to find him."
Jack aimed his head torch at the place where the snow was disturbed on the downhill part of the track. No matter how he moved his head, the torch's beam was always swallowed by the billowing snow as he tried to follow the path Kevin had taken. As Fiona looked down the slope, she felt a pressure at her back. Even before she had chance to tense against the pressure, she heard Donna's voice in her ear. "They're right. We'll have to find him. If he's fallen down there, he could have broken his neck." Donna's opinion was one Fiona shared, although as much as she knew Kevin had to be found, she didn't relish the task of finding him. Not only would it be dangerous to follow the disturbed snow down the steep slope, but if the fey feeling in her gut was right and Kevin hadn't fallen of his own volition, there was every chance the person who'd caused Kevin to tumble down the hillside may harm anyone who went looking for the missing man. Fiona blamed the fey feeling on her training and years of policing experience. As a copper, she'd grown used to expecting the worst of humans and always felt gladdened when she encountered a selfless act. Fiona waited a moment to see who volunteered to search for Kevin. If no one did, she would. But she wasn't going to lead the way. The younger man stepped towards the top of the slope.
"I'm going to go down and see if I can find him. He could have fractured a limb or knocked himself unconscious."
A burly man eased in front of the tall woman.
"Good man, Steve. If he's hurt, shout up to us and Thomas and I will come down to help carry him. I know he'd do the same for us."
Fiona cast her eyes across the group of strangers standing behind the volunteer. There were 2 men and 2 women. The men were polar opposites. The one who'd spoken was in his late 50s, and he exuded a level of capability. Even in the falling snow with other things on her mind, Fiona noticed that his jacket and boots were top quality. The other was mid-20s at most, and looked as if he'd put his back out picking up a pair of socks. He was the human embodiment of a runt and carried himself with a touch of the effeminate. As for the women, they were both in their 40s, one tall with a straight back, the other short and dumpy with hypnotic green eyes. Like Fiona, Donna and Jack, the 2 men each sported a head torch, although the young guy's was incorporated into the woolly hat tucked down on his head. As best as Fiona could judge, Steve the volunteer was late 20s. His build looked average, and other than the beard that was all wisp and no wealth, there was nothing to write home about his appearance. While Fiona had no idea about the relationships the group of strangers had with each other, she'd noticed the stern faces and lack of chit-chat between them as they stood on the summit of Benvuya. Whether they'd had words on the way up or were just a dysfunctional bunch was something to worry about later. Right now, the foremost thought in her head was wondering whether the volunteer was a good guy looking out for another human who'd possibly hurt themselves, or a bad guy intent on finishing off his target. "I'm Fiona. I'll come with you." The words were out of Fiona's mouth before she realised she was speaking. Donna's hands grasped Fiona's shoulders, and she leaned in to put her lips to Fiona's ears.
"Are you sure about this? We don't know who this Kevin is, and it looks dangerous."
Fiona made sure her voice was low as she answered. "I'm a cop, Donna. I have to go. Keep your eyes on the others. It might not be an accident." Steve pointed at the slope.
Let's get on with it before the snow gets any deeper.
Chapter 2. The first step Fiona took gave her more than enough warning about the dangers of looking for Kevin. As soon as her foot pressed on the snow covering the slope, the ground beneath her boot began to slide downhill. She reasoned it must be one of the many areas of scree they'd passed on the way up. They were impressive to look at, but fraught with dangers as a pathway. Fiona planted the heel of her second foot into the snow first, and then leaned back as she slid down the hill several inches before coming to a halt. Opposite her, on the other side of the disturbed snow, Fiona could see Steve was having the same issues. One of the two women had carried 2 hiking poles, and now she was on the slope. Fiona wished she'd borrowed one. To combat the loose surface, Fiona turned so she was side on to the mountain and used a series of small steps to half slide, half walk her way down the slope. Down and down Fiona continued until she was enveloped by the falling snow. The only guides to her location, the pitch of the slope and the crumpled snow trail she and Steve were following. Something caught Fiona's eye as she slipped down the slope. A fist-sized rock had rolled part of the way down the hill and now sat on top of the snow. The rock wasn't close enough to the trail Kevin had left for it to have been disturbed by him. That jarred with Fiona. The falling snow wouldn't set off a landslide. Maybe when it melted it would, but as the snow was falling and coating everything, it was more likely to bind than propel. Fiona eased herself over until she could pick the rock up. It was a typical rock with rough edges, flat planes and some rounded areas. Reddish-grey in colour, it looked just like any of the million others Fiona had seen on the scree slopes of Ben Vui. Except this one had blood on it. Not dried old blood, but fresh, still moist blood. Fiona clicked into a different gear. She was no longer a hiker taking in the beauty of Scotland. Now she had proof of foul play. She was PC Fiona MacLeish. The sequence of events was obvious. The tension in the group of 6 had reached its peak, and someone had grabbed a rock, clubbed Kevin with it, made sure Kevin fell down a steep slope, and then tossed the rock away further down the slope. No doubt Kevin's attacker had thought the rock would either create a snowball that would hide it, or would become lost among a million others when the snow thawed. It was nothing more than dumb luck that had caused it to end up where Fiona could see it. A part of Fiona wanted to stuff the rock into her pocket in case it was needed as evidence. The idea was right, but she had no evidence bags in which she could keep the rock in a secure forensic condition. Even if she did take the rock and keep it forensically secure, it was a chilly December day and everyone was wearing gloves. There would be no fingerprints to identify Kevin's attacker, and while there may be fibres from a glove found on the rock, it was the longest of long shots. On the off chance the rock might prove useful, Fiona pocketed it. As soon as it was in her pocket, she felt the left side of her jacket weighed down by it. Ever since the business on Ling, Fiona's left shoulder had given her problems. She trapped at least one nerve, and while a series of agonising massages had released the trapped nerves, It didn't take a lot for her shoulder to protest against misuse or excessive burdens. X-rays had been taken at Oban Hospital, and Fiona had been referred to a specialist at Glasgow. It was an appointment she wasn't looking forward to, as whenever doctors or nurses got her to move in certain ways so they could judge the extent of her injury, she felt shards of agony running her through like a vindictive lancer. Friends had advised her to take some time on the sick until she recovered, but that wasn't Fiona's way. In medical terms, she was fit for work. The pain was a discomfort she'd rather not have, but so long as she could do her job, there was no way she was going to let her fellow officers down. With the rock safe in a zipped pocket, Fiona resumed her journey downhill. Steve was ahead of her now, but Fiona was within sight of him, so she wasn't afraid of what he might do if he found Kevin first. All the same, she increased her pace, so she was catching up with Steve. The rock was proof Kevin's fall was no accident, and until she learned who'd attacked him, everyone except Donna was under suspicion, including Jack. She'd known Jack for 20+ years, and while he was quick to chat with strangers, he was a Marmite character and had a fiery temper. At school, he'd been in constant trouble for fighting, and while Fiona was unaware of any recent fights he might have got himself into, Jack had always been one to hit first and think second. The chances of him being guilty of the assault on Kevin were slim, but although she didn't think he'd struck Kevin with the rock, until she had evidence to prove otherwise, she couldn't discount him as a suspect. A glance at Steve saw him waving to her and pointing down the slope. She followed his aim and saw flashes of yellow among the white. The more Fiona descended, the more the flashes became the solid shape of a body lying against a boulder that jutted out of the hillside. Kevin's tumble downhill had been ungainly, as he appeared to have collided with the boulder head first, as his legs still pointed up the slope. He was on his back, and when Steve shone his torch at Kevin's face, there was no reaction, not a blink, nor a widening of the pupil. The right side of Kevin's face was bruised and blooded above the ear, no doubt where the rock had impacted him, but there were other minor scrapes on his face too. So far as Fiona could work out, Kevin had either been knocked unconscious by the rock or had been too dizzy to do anything to break his fall and halt his tumble down the slope. All Fiona could think as she approached Kevin was what may have started as assault may prove to be murder. Chapter 3. Fiona retrieved her mobile from the zipped inside pocket where she kept it and keyed in her passcode. The phone came to life, but as bright as its screen was, the signal bar was emptier than an upturned bucket. Steve dropped to a knee and pulled his glove off as he reached for Kevin's throat. The way Steve twisted his hand to check for the pulse told Fiona he knew what he was doing, as did the fact he was looking at his watch as he checked for a pulse. Most people look as if they're attempting to strangle someone when they check the carotid artery in the throat for a pulse. Fiona had been trained to check the near side of the victim, but to rotate her hand so her thumb was pointing up or down the length of the body, rather than across the windpipe. The thinking was that if the victim was aware of the check, they wouldn't feel panicked when a stranger put a hand across their throat. All of this was a moot point. If Steve didn't find a pulse, she'd check anyway. It didn't matter how good Steve's first aid skills appeared to be. He, like the rest of the group, were under suspicion until she learned otherwise. "Well?" Fiona made sure her voice was loud enough to be heard over the wind. Steve looked up at her.
"He's got a pulse. It's weak, and I reckon it's barely above 60 BPM. I'd know better if I could hook him up to an ECG.
"It's good that he's alive. You sound like you know what you're doing. Are you a doctor?"
A nurse, but I work in A&E at Glasgow Royal Infirmary, so I'm used to undiagnosed trauma."
Even as he was speaking, Steve was feeling over Kevin's arms and legs. Rather than touch the bloodied head wound with his bare fingers, he used the pinky of his gloved hand to apply a tender examination of Kevin's injury. Steve's face changed as he withdrew his hand.
There's broken bone there. Lord knows what damage has been done to his brain. He needs to be medevaced at once. He's going to need scans, and depending on what they show, he might have to have surgery, possibly a stent.
Can he be moved?
Ideally not, unless it's by paramedics with a spinal board. However, he'll die if he's left here.
I've no signal. Have you got one? Steve's face was rueful as he looked up at her.
I left it in my car. I've been up here before and I know it's a black spot.
Fiona wasn't sure she believed Steve had left his mobile in the car. Ben Vui might be a black spot in terms of mobile signal, but the phone could still be used as a camera. Who didn't take pictures of such stunning scenery? She and Donna had taken loads. Even Jack, who didn't have even one social media profile, had pulled his phone out and taken a series of pictures and a couple of selfies. Rather than tip her hand and start questioning Steve about his lack of mobile, Fiona let it slide for now. Steve didn't know her, therefore he couldn't know she was a cop, and the longer that continued, the more chance she'd have of hearing him say something unguarded. After the business on Ling that summer, Fiona had once again been thrust into the headlines by a Police Scotland eager for some positive press. She hadn't liked the attention then, and she disliked the expectations it still raised when members of the public realised who she was. So far, she'd kept her hat pulled down over her forehead, and without a police uniform to help identify her, she would be just another Monroe bagger so far as strangers were concerned. Fiona had a decision to make. She and Steve wouldn't be able to carry Kevin by themselves, not back up the slope, nor could the two of them guarantee him safe passage downhill until they bisected the next horizontal sweep of the track. If Kevin's jacket was anything to go by, he was a good few stone heavier than either Fiona or Steve. It could be fat, but more likely it would be muscle, as Kevin's face had a structure to it that spoke of a busy life rather than one spent chewing crisps in front of a TV screen. Like the other older guy in their group, Kevin's jacket and boots were top of the range. To get Kevin back to the track would require help. It made sense one of them stayed with Kevin, not that there was much anyone could do for him. As a nurse, Steve was the logical choice to remain behind. He'd be better placed to monitor Kevin's well-being. The problem with that, though, was Steve might be putting on a show of care for her benefit. As soon as Fiona disappeared out of sight, there was nothing to prevent Steve from sourcing another rock and delivering a second blow to Kevin's already damaged skull. The flip side to this line of thought was if she stayed, Steve could easily spin a lie about them finding Kevin bruised but okay, and Fiona had chosen to carry on with Kevin while he'd gone back up to inform the others. By the time the others realised they'd never caught up with Fiona and Kevin, the others would be too far away to identify the area where the fall had taken place. The snow was falling at a rapid pace and was already starting to obscure the tracks they'd made getting to this point. If she was left alone with Kevin, there would come a point where she would have to choose between abandoning Kevin to his fate, provided he survived much longer, or staying with him and risking her own life. None of the options seemed good, so Fiona chose the one that put her in the least amount of danger. It was something her first sergeant, the indomitable Dave Lennox, had instilled in her. His choice of phrase had always been blunt and to the point, but he was right. "You're nae good to ony bugger if you gan and get yoursel killed." "Steve, can you stay here with Kevin while I go back up and get some of the others to help? Then we can carry him down to the track and meet up with everyone."
"Of course."
He pointed at Kevin as he leaned towards Fiona and lowered his voice.
"Please be quick, though. The sooner we get him to a hospital, the better his chances are.
Chapter 4. The climb back up the slope had Fiona panting within 20 steps. She was doing her best to make the ascent as quickly as possible, but every time she planted a foot on the slope, the scree beneath the snow slid her down 3/4 of a step. To maximise her pace, she leaned forward and used her hands to support her torso, while splaying her feet wide to increase their footprint on the hillside. Even with this tactic, she was still finding herself struggling to get traction from the loose rocks and pebbles covered by the snow. Fiona gritted her teeth and kept her legs pumping as ragged breaths blew from her mouth. No matter how the pain in her calves or shoulder intensified, Fiona never faltered. It was imperative Kevin get help as soon as possible. Around Fiona the world had closed into a sea of white, illuminated only by the head torch she wore. The ground was white, so was the sky, and the very air around Fiona was nothing but a series of white flurries coming at her out of the darkness. Time had no meaning, nor did distance. Everything was about continuing up the hill. Up and up Fiona clambered in her ungainly fashion, legs burning, lungs gasping, and then it was over. She'd crested the top of the slope and was on the track. Fiona rose from her hands and knees and looked left, then right. She was alone on the track, which meant either she'd not come straight back up the way she'd gone down, or the others had moved on. Fiona knew in her heart there could only be one answer. Chapter 5. Fiona knew there wasn't a universe ever created where Donna wouldn't wait for her to return. That was as unthinkable an idea as the Pope denouncing Christ and converting to Islam or Judaism. Fiona dragged a foot along the track several times until she'd built a mound of snow bisecting the track. Next, she dropped to her knees and used her hands to form the mound into a heaped bank. Her final act was to roll a couple of snowballs until they were the size of footballs and place them on the mound. As markers went, it wasn't the greatest, but it'd stand out for an hour or two until buried by the snow. Fiona didn't need an hour or two. All she needed was 5 or 10 minutes to locate the others. Downhill was the easy option, so Fiona followed the track as it descended. When she reckoned she'd gone at least 100 yards without finding the others, Fiona turned back. While Fiona was open to the possibility her ascent of the scree slope hadn't been as straight as her descent, she couldn't envision being 100 yards off. The marker at her point of ascent was easily spotted, and when Fiona stepped over it and trudged on, she started to count her steps. Fiona's count was at 15 when she saw a chink of light moving in the snow. By 18, she could see vague shapes wreathed in gusts of snow. As she drew closer, she could see the shapes were moving, not walking or hiking, just stamping their feet, flapping their arms. Fiona got it. While she'd been slogging down and then back up the slope, they'd been standing on an exposed track with no shelter from the snowstorm. She'd had exercise to keep her blood pumping, while they'd had nothing and would all be frozen. It was Jack and Donna who greeted her. Donna's smile was wide as she enveloped Fiona in a hug.
"Oh my God, I thought you were never coming back. I was picturing you having fallen and broken your neck, or at the very least a leg."
"I'm fine, but the guy who fell isn't."
"Oh no."
A spark lit Donna's eyes, and Fiona recognised the macabre nature of her friend surfacing.
"He's not dead, is he?"
"No, he's not. But there's a good chance he will be soon if we can't get him to a hospital." Even as she was speaking, Fiona was weighing up how much to tell Donna. Her friend might be a bit of a ghoul and have a twisted and smutty sense of humour, but Donna wasn't the calmest person she knew by a long way. The flip side to this was Donna deserved to know what was going on, if for no other reason than to keep herself safe. So Fiona maintained the hug and spoke directly into her friend's ear.
I'm not sure the fall was an accident. Keep your eye on the others.
When Fiona released Donna, she could see her friend's eyes widening as she digested the news.
Jack will look after me.
I'm sorry, Donna, but I'm going to need Jack to come with me to rescue the guy who fell.
Donna's eyes narrowed, and she gave a terse nod.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm going to need help to rescue Kevin.
Fiona aimed a glove at the burly man.
Will you come down the slope with me and Jack and help carry him down?
Of course I'll help.
Donna stepped forward.
What about the rest of us? Are we supposed to stay here and freeze our arses off?
Fiona sent a warning glare at Donna. She had enough to think about without Donna throwing a strop.
No, I want you to continue on down the track. Sooner or later it'll turn back and sweep round below where we are now. Count your steps, and when you get to the part where it turns back on itself, stop and count 100 fewer steps back. When you get to that point, I want you to drag your feet through the snow for at least 200 paces so you're making a clear sign of where the track is. There's little enough visibility as it is, and I'm afraid we might miss the track altogether if you don't help us out.
Donna's mouth pressed shut, but Fiona could tell her friend was worried. For Jack, herself, and Fiona. Rather than continue the debate, she stepped to the edge of the track and began her descent. Behind her, she could hear Jack's voice.
Come on, Neil. Let's go on with this.
How typical of Jack to have learned the man's name. Fiona planned to pay close attention to the faces of both Jack and Neil when they encountered Kevin. How they looked at him would be telling. Either of the two had more than enough physical power to have tossed Kevin down the slope with a sudden thrust, but that didn't mean they hadn't picked up the rock to make sure of the job they were doing. Fiona didn't really think Jack had struck Kevin with the rock and shoved him down the slope, but she didn't dare discount it in case it was true. By the same token, she was experienced enough to have worked out that with the rock striking the blow it did, it could have been wielded by either of the two women or even the skinny guy. As she descended, Fiona's mind played tricks on her. Would she find Kevin dead and Steve gone? Would she find neither of them, with Steve having moved Kevin's corpse to hide the evidence? Would they be able to even find them, supposing Steve wasn't Kevin's attacker? The way the snow was coming down, it was impossible to follow any of the tracks that had been made earlier. All signs of the descent, then ascent, she'd earlier made, were obliterated by the ever-thickening layer of snow quilting the ground. As the worry they'd miss the boulder that had stopped Kevin's descent grew, Fiona heard a shout that was followed by a powerful man thumping into her. Chapter 6. Fiona slid down the slope with the man half under her, both hands balling into fists, ready to defend herself if necessary. As she tumbled, she picked out the red of Jack's fleece. Neil had been wearing a yellow jacket. While she doubted Jack intended her any harm, she wasn't taking any chances. Something buried in the snow snagged at their legs, the sudden imbalance it caused enough to rotate them so they were tumbled down the slope in a barrel roll. Fiona's instinct was to protect her head, but even as she was drawing her arms up, a primal part of her brain made her reverse the movement and tuck her arms by her sides, with her elbows bent and her fists level with her shoulders. By changing her position, Fiona had transformed her body shape from a cylinder to an oval. Twice Fiona tumbled downhill in this position before she came to a rest face down in the snow. Jack had separated from her and he cannoned past. Fiona eased her feet down the slope and resumed her descent. Jack's thumping into her could be nothing more than a pure accident after he'd lost his footing, or it could be something more sinister. Unlike Steve, Jack knew she was a cop. As Fiona resumed her descent, she checked herself over for injuries. She was bruised all over from where she'd collided with various rocks, but as the scree slope was loose, there hadn't been any impacts hard enough to break a bone. Not that her shoulder could be persuaded otherwise. Right now it ached and throbbed with every movement, and if someone had told Fiona a devil was skewering her shoulder with white-hot lances, she'd have believed them. 10 paces down, Fiona spied the first sign of Jack. He'd managed to halt his tumble and was lying on his back with his feet buried ankle-deep in a mound of snow.
"You okay?"
Jack nodded, his face as white as the snow he lay in.
"I'm sorry, Fiona. I slipped. Bloody stupid of me. Are you all right?"
"I'm fine." There was nothing to be gained from laying a guilt trip on Jack for the pain in her shoulder. If he was innocent, he'd be aware of his feelings. If guilty, he'd sense a weakness, and she didn't want that. Fiona gestured downhill.
"From now on, though, stay a few feet to the side of me. If nothing else, it'll make finding Kevin and Steve easier."
As Fiona helped Jack regain his footing, she caught sight of Neil coming down the hill. He was maybe 5 feet over, and she fell into line between Jack and Neil as the three of them made their way down.
"There! They're over there!"
At Neil's yell, Fiona traced the arm he was pointing and saw glimpses of light poking through the snowfall. Fiona began crabbing that way. The light meant Steve had stayed with Kevin. Or did it? For a horrible moment, Fiona imagined they'd passed Steve and Kevin and the light belonged to the others as they scoured the track for them. Other than the 6 strangers on the summit, Fiona hadn't seen any other baggers on Ben Vui, and while she couldn't be 100% certain there was no one else on the Munro, she knew the odds of them being halfway down this scree slope at the same time she was were too small to worry about. The thought was only a fleeting one, as she was soon close enough to determine it was in fact Steve, as he was waving his arms to attract their attention. Now was the moment of truth. Would Kevin be alive? Or had Steve finished the job he may have started on the track? Kevin was alive. Better than that, when she made her way over to him and Steve, Kevin's eyes tracked her progress. His lips moved, but there was no sound from them. Fiona could see Steve hadn't been idle while waiting for her return. What looked like a red t-shirt was wrapped around Kevin's forehead, and Steve had pulled Kevin's hood up and fashioned its tie strings with their ends looped down so they were secured by the chest pockets on Kevin's coats. As spinal boards went, it was rudimentary at best, but the hood would prevent Kevin's head from lolling back as they carried him down the hill. Fiona gestured at Kevin.
"How is he? Any change?"
"Still the same. We need to get him some meds and a proper assessment as soon as possible."
Together they lifted Kevin, Steve controlling the lift with precise commands. Fiona had a leg, as did Steve, with the 2 stronger men supporting Kevin's torso. To lift Kevin was the easy part. It was carrying him down the slope that was tricky. If one of them lost their footing, all 5 would end up cascading downhill. With a series of small and careful steps, they descended to the track. It was easy to find, as it had been scraped of snow by the others, and had Fiona been the religious type, she'd have offered up a prayer of thanks. 50 yards along the track, they caught up with the others. The thin guy was at the rear of the group, kicking snow from the track like it was his life's mission. Fiona did a rapid head count. There were 4 people on the track. At Fiona's shout, the thin guy whirled round and waved. A couple of seconds later, he and the 3 women were coming back to join them, Donna making a beeline for Jack. The thin guy came Fiona's way. She tensed, ready for whatever might happen.
I'll take a spell if you want. You look done in, love.
If the guy had stopped short after telling her she looked done in, Fiona would have accepted his offer. That he'd ended the suggestion with a patronising love meant she'd keep going until she dropped, rather than allow his misogyny to flourish.
I'm fine. If you want to make yourself useful, lead the way along the track.
Fiona twisted her head to look Donna's way.
Can you get the other 2 women and follow him?
Why?
Because you'll trample something of a path for us.
Donna squeezed Jack's arm and set off to do Fiona's bidding. Kevin's leg was a burden Fiona could have well done without. To make matters worse, she was carrying him with her left arm. Her shoulder was protesting every step she took as the dead weight of Kevin communicated itself back up her arm and into her shoulder. As the party trudged on, Fiona's brain was going at 100 miles an hour. From her previous experiences of bagging Munros and the recent trek up Ben Vui, she reckoned they were at least 5 miles from where they'd parked their cars near the Fine Ales brewery. This tallied with her memories of the online map she'd pored over before beginning the hike. Without the snow, it would be an hour and a half's walk. With the snow and the injured Kevin to carry, it was a trek that would take at least an hour longer, although she reckoned 2 was a more reasonable estimate. Did they all have the stamina to carry Kevin for so long? It wasn't as if they were trekking along a nice smooth road, or even a flatter surface like a field. They would come later, but for now, level ground was at least an hour and a half away. Daylight would be gone before that, and while there was little enough visibility as it was from the snowstorm, things wouldn't get any better when darkness fell. Sooner or later, one of them would stumble and they'd all go down. That wouldn't be as serious as when they were traversing the scree slope, but Kevin was in a bad enough way without being dropped. Another concern was the way the snow was falling. Right from the start, it had been coming down fast, but it seemed to have gathered pace since they'd started carrying Kevin. Despite the efforts of the thin guy and the 3 women to trample a path for them, the snow was still coming halfway up Fiona's calf. How much longer would it be before the snow was knee-deep and slowing them even more? There was another option, but it wasn't one Fiona wanted to take, as it was sure to delay getting proper medical treatment for Kevin. Somewhere along this element of the track there was a stone bothy. While once it may have been home to a shepherd, it had been outfitted as a place of shelter by the Mountain Bothies Association. It contained some first aid equipment, a wood-burning stove, and emergency rations among other survival gear. If they were to hole up there until the snowstorm blew itself out, or abated enough the morning light could illuminate a safe passage back to civilization, they'd all be safer as a group. That would work for 8 of them. For the 9th, it could be fatal. Another option was they could use the shelter to protect Kevin from the elements, while a couple of them braved the trek further downhill to summon help. That was a sound idea, but the help would be a long time coming. While a mountain rescue team would be able to hike up to the shelter and help them carry Kevin down, thanks to the lack of visibility and the infrequent gusts of wind buffeting them, there was no way a helicopter would risk hovering by the mountain and dropping a line with a stretcher. When the grunts and curses from the 3 men sharing the burden with her became more frequent, Fiona cast an eye their way. A glance was all she needed. The gritted teeth, the narrowed eyes, and the beads of sweat all told the same tale. There was nothing for it. They'd have to use the shelter. Sooner or later, one of them was going to reach their limit. When that happened, they'd stumble, most likely fall. Although the ever-deepening snow might cushion Kevin's fall, there was always the chance the rough treatment would inflict further injury to his already damaged head. Another reason to use the shelter was the terrain ahead. There were parts where the track narrowed so tight it had been possible to walk abreast the way they were currently walking. Fiona could think of at least 2 slim wooden bridges over burns that only featured a handrail on the downhill side.
Hey, Thomas!
The shout from Steve was loud in Fiona's ear, but she was more interested in what he had to say. Thomas had to be the thin guy, as she already knew the burly man was called Neil. Sure enough, the thin guy came trotting back.
What is it? There's a shelter along here somewhere. By my reckoning, it's not far away. Keep an eye out for it, will you? We can take a break there before heading on down to the bottom.
Fiona kicked herself. Not once had she thought about using the shelter as a short-term refuge. Every consideration she'd had regarding the shelter had been focused on a longer-term use of the structure. That wasn't good enough. She had to do better. One of the 7 people with her had tried to murder Kevin. The only person she was sure was innocent was the lifelong friend who'd been at her side when Kevin was attacked. Before she got off Benvue, she'd have to identify the killer and possibly stop them from killing again. The idea of using the shelter was a good one, but every minute they spent in it was another minute the snow had to deepen and the night to fall. As she trudged on, Fiona had one question on her mind. Was seeking temporary refuge in the shelter Steve's way of delaying treatment for Kevin? If they were to attempt to carry Kevin all the way down, they needed to do so as soon as possible. They reached the shelter within 10 minutes. When Thomas opened the door, Fiona could see 3 strangers already inside. Except from the way they greeted Thomas and the women he was with, they weren't strangers to them. This was all Fiona needed. 3 more names to add to her suspect list. Chapter 7. The shelter had one window, bench seating around the walls, and a stove that was radiating a fabulous warmth into the room. With a fair amount of grunting and some unmuttered curses, they managed to lay Kevin onto the bench closest to the stove. Fiona cast her eyes over the 3 new people. There was a couple in their 30s, him a shade under 6 foot and carrying a pumpkin-sized paunch, her around the same height but half the weight. The way the woman was sitting close enough to the man their thighs were touching, when there was plenty of space, was a clear sign they were in a relationship. The 3rd person in the shelter was a beefy guy who didn't speak when they all trooped in. He dropped nods of recognition to the other group, and Fiona heard someone call him Ivor. Every person in both of the groups was watching as Kevin was laid down on a bench, an unspoken question hanging in their eyes. Fiona took a quick moment to run through the group of strangers in her mind. There was Steve, the nurse, Thomas, who was thin and the youngest of their group, Neil, who was burly and around the 60 mark, the 2 women, one tall and the other short, the beefy Ivor, and the as-yet unidentified couple.
Is he still alive?
The question came from the shorter woman, and it drew a glare from her taller companion. Steve was checking Kevin's pulse again, his eyes on his watch as he did so. He nodded, but when he looked up, his face was grim.
He is. Although how long he'll be able to hold on without the right meds and treatment is anyone's guess.
Rather than stand around doing nothing, Fiona started to search the shelter. She'd been in a similar one while bagging Ben Eam some 6 or 7 miles east. The shelter there had been well equipped. It had a substantial first aid box, and a spinal board had been clipped to the wall. A cupboard had housed many packets of soup in a variety of flavours, mugs, and a bowl with a couple of bottles of washing-up liquid. There had been a kettle which sat atop its wood stove. This shelter may be larger than the one on Ben Eam and have another small room on the left, but it was nothing like as well stocked. There was no spinal board. The first aid box was largely empty, save a few sticking plasters and a triangular bandage, and the doorless cupboard had just 3 tin mugs and 6 packets of soup. A tiny iron kettle stood at the far right of the cupboard, and it was layered in dust. There were a couple of tilly lamps, and when shaken, Fiona heard the sloshing of oil. Whether the sparseness of the supplies in this shelter was due to the public raiding them, or funds from the Mountain Bothies Association being too low to keep the former levels of supplies present in the Bothies refreshed, was unknown, and at this point immaterial. There was nothing to be gained from lamenting what they didn't have. Fiona handed the first aid kit to Steve. "Sorry, there's next to nowt left." Steve glanced inside and scowled. Whether it was at the idea someone had raided the cache, or those responsible for maintaining a supply had failed in their duty, Fiona didn't know, but she shared his dismay.
"I've got much the same in my backpack. I'm prepared for blisters or a sprain, but nothing more serious than that. The triangular bandages make a great sling for a broken arm, but other than using one to make a skull cap, they're bugger all use."
Fiona clicked on her head torch and examined the second room, in case there was anything useful in there. But as soon as she cast her gaze around the room, she could see there was nothing more than a couple of benches. Nobody seemed to be taking a lead in the shelter, and those who'd entered were largely pressed against each other as they circled the wood-burning stove to try and claim some of its heat. From the corner of her eye, Fiona saw Donna round on her husband.
"What are we going to do, Jack? We can't stay here all night. What if the snow blocks us in? We'll starve."
Donna was a lot of things, but subtle wasn't one of them. Sometimes Fiona wondered if her friend didn't care if she was overheard, or if she wanted everyone within earshot to hear her thoughts. When setting out, Fiona, as the more experienced Munro bagger, had made sure they all had water bottles and a good few protein or energy bars in their backpacks. She had one left, and knew Jack and Donna had devoured the last of theirs on the summit. Jack didn't answer. Instead, he pulled Donna in close and used his greater height to send a beseeching look Fiona's way. Donna's words triggered a lot of minor conversations that were all taking place at the same time. Vehement voices filled the shelter, and Fiona recognised someone had to band the group together in a common purpose before factions were drawn. Every head turned Fiona's way, so she stopped banging the tin mugs together. "Okay, now I've got your attention. I need you all to listen up. We all have a choice." Fiona gestured Kevin's way. "Kevin is badly hurt and needs medical attention. There's enough of us, we ought to be able to carry him down the hill to safety, if it was daylight and we didn't have to wade through snow. Both the dark and the snow are factors that are against us carrying him out of here. I'm sure you all noticed how poor the visibility was, and it was getting worse as the sun was going down. By now, it'll probably be pitch black. We also have no easy way of carrying Kevin down as there's no stretcher. On a certain level, it makes sense we wait out the storm and see what the morning brings, as you don't need me to tell you any attempt to walk down the hill in these conditions is both dangerous and foolhardy. However, that doesn't help Kevin. Yes, we might not have a lot of food, but there's a stove to keep us warm, and if we boil snow, we can at least have a hot drink. I suggest we all pool our resources." With that said, Fiona produced her precious last energy bar and put it in the cupboard beside the packets of soup. Jack aimed a finger at the 3 people who'd been in the shelter when they arrived.
"No wonder there's no food. I bet them greedy buggers all had some soup before we got here."
Protestations of innocence flew from the mouths of Ivor and the couple who'd been in the shelter first. The woman rose, her finger jabbing at Jack for the accusation he'd made. The man whose shoulder the woman had been leaning on pulled her back.
"Sarah, pack it in, will you? I'll deal with this."
He looked up at Jack, who was at least 3 inches taller.
"You've got it all wrong, pal. You owe us an apology."
As Fiona stepped between them, she could see the tension in Jack's body, the setting of his feet and the balling of a fist. That's all they needed, a fight breaking out. Fiona pushed the mug she held in her left hand forward until it touched Jack's face. "Do you feel that? It's cold, isn't it?"
Aye. What about it?
"Do you think it'd be cold if it had just been used for soup?"
Aye, well, there's no knowing how long they've been here.
"Yes, there is." Fiona pointed at the stone floor by Ivor's feet. "The ground there is damp. That means the stove hasn't been on long enough to dry the snow that came in on their boots. And before you try arguing it's really warm in here, that's an illusion because it's a good few degrees warmer than outside. They've been here the longest, but they're still wearing all their layers. If they'd been here long enough to light the stove, boil up enough snow to make themselves soup, drink the soup, and then let the mugs cool down, the stove would have this shelter like an oven."
Shit, Jack, she's right.
Donna nudged her husband's arm, the action speaking volumes.
Okay, I'm sorry. You haven't drunk the soup, and I was wrong to accuse you of doing so.
Jack's apology was received with angry glares from the three people he'd accused. It was just what Fiona had been hoping wouldn't happen. They were all in a bad enough situation without turning on each other. It was Neil who came to the rescue.
I know you're aggrieved at what he said, but without him and the young lady there, we'd have never got Kevin off the hill and into here, so remember that. There's nothing to be gained by arguing.
"That's all very well and good, but what do we do now?" It was the tall woman speaking, and now there was decent light. Fiona could see she had retained her pinched expression. It made Fiona wonder if it was her norm, or simply due to the situation they were in. "We behave like rational adults." Fiona shot a warning glance at Jack, lest he start another argument. "First of all, has everyone checked their mobiles to see if they have a signal?" A cacophony of rustles broke out as the majority of the group retrieved their phones from whichever pocket they'd secreted them in and checked for a signal. As they rummaged, an apple, a banana and a protein bar were added to the food in the cupboard. Nobody made a positive noise, and a couple of the men swore in disgust. Sarah's husband swore the most, earning him a stern look from the tall woman.
Don't you say a fucking word, Alice. You might go to church every Sunday, but we all know you're no saint.
Alice's lips formed a thin line, but she kept them pressed together as she continued to glare at him. Fiona seized the moment of silence to spell things out. "OK, we've no signal, so we've got to choose what to do next. As I see it, we have 3 options. We all stay here until it's safe to go back down the hill. We've next to no food, but so long as there's plenty of wood for the stove, we can drink boiled water." "There's lots of wood out the back, isn't there, Lewis?" Sarah looked at the man she was with.
Yeah, there's a great heap of it.
"Our second option is to continue down. There's enough of us to carry Kevin in shifts, but doing that will be dangerous, and there's no guarantee we won't get lost. Plus, there's the risk of injury to consider." What Fiona didn't see was one of the people in the shelter had attacked Kevin and caused his fall. For whatever reason, they'd chosen to attack him in a violent way that spoke of a desire to cause serious injury or death. Whether the attacker's reason had been deep-seated into them long before bagging Ben Vui, or it had been an impulsive, heat-of-the-moment thing, was a question for later. The more pertinent question right now was, would the attacker strike again? To either finish the job they'd started, or to silence anyone who started asking too many questions about how Kevin had fallen.
I'm guessing the third option is that most of us stay here, while 3 or 4 of us go down to get help for Kevin.
"You're right." Fiona gestured at the shorter woman who'd been in the group of 6 and let the unasked question hang.
Frances.
The woman blushed a tad, but what caught Fiona's eye was the way young Thomas looked at her. What she saw in his eyes was definitely something to keep in mind as she tried to work out who Kevin's attacker was. Fiona cast a look at Kevin, saw the gravity on Steve's face, and prepared herself for an argument. I know this won't be a popular suggestion, but I think it would be too dangerous to Kevin to try carrying him down to safety. I also think it's too dangerous for anyone to try going down for help. The snow is getting deeper by the minute. I think we should stay here until it's safe for us to go down. We'll all be missed. I don't know about anyone else, but I've friends who know I'm up here and will no doubt raise the alarm when they don't hear from me tonight. This was the last thing Fiona wanted to do, not with the appointments she had the day after tomorrow. After putting off the appointments for so long, she was loath to miss them, and regardless of the fact they could be rescheduled, she'd spent weeks preparing herself mentally for what was sure to be an arduous and painful experience. Even as she thought this, Fiona knew the appointments were the least of her concerns. To attend them, she first had to survive the night.
She makes sense with what she's saying, but Kevin isn't in a good way.
Steve rose to his feet as he addressed everyone in the shelter.
He's got a fractured skull, may have bleeding on the brain, and could have damaged his neck and/or spinal column when he fell. If he's got a bleed on the brain, he's at high risk of a stroke. And up here with no medical supplies, there's nothing I can do for him. I agree it's too dangerous to carry him down. But whatever anyone else thinks or does, there's no way I'm going to stand by and watch him die without trying to go for help.
Ivor's voice carried across the shelter.
He's your uncle.
Chapter 8. The 3 words from Ivor were the first he'd spoken since they entered the shelter, but the tone in which he said them jangled all kinds of alarm bells in Fiona. There was contempt, disinterest, and apathy layered in his voice. Fiona wanted to dig into the reasons he so obviously didn't care for Kevin, but that would have to wait. Right now, she was wondering if the group had been so strung out, Ivor had been the attacker and had made his own way to the shelter. By the same logic, the hot-headed Lewis and his wife were also potential suspects. How they'd managed to single out Kevin and commit the assault without being spotted by any of the others was a mystery, but until she could rule them out, she had to consider them. The news Kevin and Steve were related was important, but at this stage Fiona had no idea how close the relationship between uncle and nephew was. It was time she started gathering more information, so she turned to Thomas. Are you all together, or do you just happen to know each other?
We all work at Inverary House, although Neil left a few years ago.
So they'd set out as a group of 9 and had presumably got split up at some point on the way up or down. With Kevin being attacked the way he was, Fiona now had 8 strangers and a friend of 20 years on her suspect list. A complete lack of backup would also hamper the investigation she knew must be conducted. The 2 things Fiona had going for her were that only Donna and Jack knew she was a cop, and so far only she and the attacker knew for certain Kevin's fall was no accident. The longer it stayed that way, the more chance she'd have of hearing unguarded comments that would help her work out the attacker's identity. To try and protect her anonymity, Fiona made sure her hat was pulled down over as much of her face as it could reasonably cover without blocking her vision.
We should vote.
You vote all you want, Alice.
Steve's face was hard.
If you vote to stay here, I'm going for help if I've got to go by myself. So much for democracy.
Neil shook his head as he tucked his hands into his armpits. The vote wasn't something Fiona wanted, as it could have deadly consequences for Kevin if the group decided to carry him, but on the other hand, it would give her an opportunity to gauge the feelings of the group as a whole.
Let's vote.
Alice aimed a finger at Steve.
I presume you want someone to go for help.
I've just bloody said so, haven't I?
Sarah, Lewis, what do you two think? Lewis gestured for Sarah to cast her vote first.
Stay put.
Go for help.
Lewis's answer earned him a quizzical look from Sarah as Alice's finger moved on to Ivor.
Stay.
The terse answer from Ivor was one Fiona expected. Alice was in the centre of the shelter, her finger moving round the huddled figures.
I think we ought to get help for poor Kevin.
Thank you, Francis. Neil?
Like you all. I'm sick of all the complaining he's done about the effort it took us to get up here, but that's no reason to not help the grumpy article.
Thomas shot a pained look at Francis.
Sorry, but I think it's best we stay.
I agree.
Donna clasped Jack's hand in hers.
And so does Jack. Don't you, Jack?
I do.
With Donna and Jack having voiced their opinion, there were 2 votes to be cast, Fiona's and Alice's. Fiona had already stated her belief they ought to stay, and she did believe that. But if Alice voted to get help, it would give Fiona the casting vote. Not that it mattered what the final decision was if Steve was true to his word. It was clear Alice had a dominant personality, and while Fiona was comfortable with someone else being the focus of attention, as a cop, she had a moral responsibility to make sure the group survived and Kevin's attacker was identified. To have the best chance of achieving those twin aims, Fiona had to depose Alice as the de facto leader. In light of what Steve said about Kevin's condition, I reckon we ought to try and get help. However, Fiona raised a hand to stall any interruptions that might come. I believe it's best if those who go for help are volunteers. Steve, you want to go for help, I get that, but as a nurse, I think you're far more used to Kevin staying here, so I'll volunteer to go for help. By my count, the vote is tied at 5-all between staying put and going for help. Alice's mouth puckered into a cat's arsehole before she opened it to speak again. Like Neil, I grew weary of Kevin's complaints, but I don't believe that's enough of a reason to potentially condemn him to death. He's been good to us. All of us. I vote someone goes for help, and like Fiona, I'm also willing to volunteer. Right, that's the votes cast, and it's 6-5 in favour of going for help. Fiona was speaking quickly as she duelled Alice for control. The older woman might have multicoloured laces in her boots, but there was no other hint of whimsy about her. We've 2 volunteers so far. Do we have any more? Steve, Jack, Lewis and Neil all raised a hand. 4 more volunteers. That made 6, including Fiona. So far as Fiona was concerned, every one of the 5 was a suspect, as she expected Kevin's attacker would want to distance themselves from their crime as soon as they could. Although she was aware the attacker may be smart enough to use a double bluff and stay behind, which could make it every bit as dangerous to remain in the shelter as it would be to strike out for help. This applied even more if Kevin's attacker planned to remain in the shelter so they could finish the job they'd started. In turn, this thinking made everyone a suspect, except Donna, who'd been with Fiona when the attack happened. It was unlikely the woman in the red coat who'd been close behind Fiona and Donna had committed the attack, but not impossible, and until Fiona had evidence proving otherwise, the woman would remain on her suspect list. Chapter 9. Of all those in the shelter, only Donna and Jack knew she was a police officer. There was a chance either of them had told the first group while she was locating Kevin with Steve, but she didn't think it had happened. There was a time for telling strangers what you and your friends did for a living, but trudging through a snowstorm wasn't it. If they'd been at a cocktail party or perhaps chatting across the table at a wedding, then it may have come up. Fiona believed Kevin's attacker was among the volunteers, and as such she automatically ranked them in order of probability. Alice and Steve were at the bottom of her list. Some people might consider it sexist to think the attacker was male, but Fiona had studied the statistics. More than studied them, Fiona had interpreted the statistics and the likelihood of the stories behind them. Only 7% of killers in the UK were female. When it came to killing, women tended to fall into two main categories, with a whole bunch of subcategories. Percentage-wise, women used a sharp object as often as their male counterparts, but there was a reason for that. Many of the women who picked up a blade were defending themselves from a violent partner or a home invader. That trait skewed the statistics in the wrong direction, as did the times when a blunt object had been used to bludgeon someone. In her first month as a trained officer, Fiona had been part of a domestic response unit called to a house after neighbours heard screaming. When they'd entered the house, they'd been greeted by a woman holding a bloodied iron. They'd found the woman's boyfriend in an unconscious heap on the kitchen floor, the back of his head stoved in. The man had survived the blow, although his motor functions were impaired to the point where doctors doubted he'd ever make a full recovery. Sergeant Dave Lennox had been there, and upon seeing the gentle way he'd arrested the wife, an eager Fiona bombarded him with questions. Lennox explained how he'd attended multiple calls to the address and had twice arrested the man for violent conduct towards his wife. Fiona would never forget the sombre tone Lennox had used to tell her this had been the day he dreaded, the day the worm had reached its breaking point and turned. By and large, Fiona's interpretation of the statistics had left her with an understanding of the nuances of murder, how it was committed, and the untold reasons that instigated the heinous act. Women tended not to use violent methods to kill, and when they did, it was in the heat of the moment, usually in self-defence. In pre-planned murders, women opted for less gory ways. Poison was a common method, as was strangulation. Of the strangulations, most of these occurred when the victim was sleeping, often after having had a big drink. A rope or scarf would be wound around the neck and tightened. If the victim came to enough to fight back, they were already weakened by oxygen starvation. A violent attack like the one on Kevin had all the hallmarks of a male perpetrator, and while Fiona would never discount a female attacker, she would always keep the statistics in mind when assessing her suspects. Steve was near the bottom of her suspect list due to the way he'd cared for his uncle, although had he not repeated an insistence on going for help so often, he would be at the very bottom. Above Steve, Fiona had Jack. She'd known him for 20 years, and while she couldn't for 1 second picture him as being dumb enough to commit such a violent attack when there were so many potential witnesses, he did have a temper that boiled over when he was pushed hard enough. At the top of her suspect list were Lewis and Neil, with Neil as the favourite by a slim margin. She knew little to nothing about either of them. Neil had an outward appearance of capability, and with his burly physique, he was more than powerful enough to deliver the debilitating blow that had left Kevin unconscious. His, or anyone else's, motive to attack Kevin wasn't known, but until Fiona knew more about him, he was atop her list for no other reason than her belief the attacker wanted to get off Benvooy and away from their victim at the earliest opportunity. The reasons for Lewis also topping the list were similar. Lewis might have a pumpkin-sized paunch, but he must be in decent enough shape otherwise, as nobody who didn't have a certain level of physical fitness would consider trekking up a Munro as isolated as Benvooy. Although the one thing he had in his favour was the fact he was in the third group. He'd been in the shelter when they'd arrived, so unless he'd committed the attack on Kevin and then trekked in a direct line down the hill instead of following the track, there was no way he could have made it to the shelter ahead of them. Both Ivor and Sarah could have done the same thing, but while Ivor had the necessary physique, Sarah had a slight build, and may not have possessed the necessary strength to deliver a blow violent enough to have fractured Kevin's skull. Ivor's physique put him on the suspect list, but his age, coupled with his slow and deliberate movements, kept him near the bottom. For someone to have attacked Kevin and then trekked down the slope in time to join the others, they'd have had to have been quick and nimble, not words Fiona would use about either Lewis or Ivor.
Right then, that's it settled. Alice stood in the middle of the shelter, her eyes scanning the crowd. We've 6 volunteers, so half of us are leaving. That'll solve the food problem, if nothing else.
Fiona stepped to the door and faced the room with her arms folded across her chest. Alice seemed too keen to leave the shelter for her liking, and she didn't care for the way the woman was taking control of the group. As a copper, Fiona had a duty to investigate the attack on Kevin, as well as a duty to preserve life. The trek down for help would be a dangerous undertaking. It should be easy to navigate their way downhill, provided they could follow the track, but the trek along the track was fraught with potential dangers, not least the risk of veering too close to the steep edge and tumbling down a slope. Once they got off the slopes of Ben Vui, with visibility the way it was now, it was 4:10, and the sun would be fully set in a matter of minutes. It would be even easier to get lost trekking back to the road that led south through Glen Fine. Once on the road, they'd be able to summon the emergency services from a cottage along the way. But as simple as it sounded, there were a whole range of problems they could encounter. And that was before she factored the potential presence of a violent attacker into the mix.
Steve ought to stay.
Fiona sent a nod his way. Unless one of you is a doctor, he's the most qualified of us to look after Kevin, so it doesn't make sense for him to leave. Frances was the first to respond.
She's right, Steve. You should stay and look after Kevin.
Most of those in the room nodded, and Fiona could see a tinge of relief on Steve's face. It was too good an opportunity to waste, so she pressed home her advantage before anyone called Alice spoke again.
I don't think so many people should go. Any number of things could happen on the journey down, so instead of 5 of us going, I think it should be 4. Jack and I, and 1 from each of your groups.
You're saying 2 groups? There was no sneer on Alice's face, but it layered her tone like a club sandwich. Apart from you and your 2 friends, we all know each other. We're one group.
You were in 2 groups when we met you, so that's how I think of it. The group you're in, we met near the summit. The other group were in the shelter when we arrived. Either you or Neil from your group, and Lewis from the group who were in the shelter. Now, can you decide who's coming so we can get cracking?
Alice's nostrils flared.
Surely a larger group makes more sense. You said before any number of things could happen. Surely having more people to help would be better.
In theory, yes. In practice, no. There are more people to get lost, more people to have an accident. You say you're all one group, but you got separated in daylight before the snows came. I believe a small group staying in close contact will have the best chance. Fiona looked up to lock eyes with Alice. And one last thing. My name's Fiona. Please don't call me Shirley. The reworking of Leslie Nielsen's famous line from Airplane drew a few smiles and a throaty chuckle from Neil. Fiona had intended the joke would lighten the antagonism radiating from Alice, but she'd misjudged the woman and received a fierce scowl for her trouble. The spoof disaster movie had been a favourite of Fiona's parents, and she had many fond memories of snuggling in between them to laugh at the rapid-fire sight gags, one-liners, and general absurdity of the film. In Fiona's mind, her father was kissing the top of her head for the way she'd referenced the comedy movie. Fiona turned her head.
Steve, how's Kevin doing?
Steve's face was grim as he looked back at Fiona.
His breathing and pulse are stable, but I think he's slipped from unconscious to comatose. If there's a bleed on his brain from the head wound, He could easily have a hemorrhagic stroke.
He gave a small shrug and somehow managed to look even grimmer.
For all I can tell, without a CT scan or MRI, he may have already had one. He's unconscious, so not able to participate in the fast test.
Fiona knew about the face, arms, speech way of checking for a possible stroke. It had been one of many lessons she'd received in first aid as part of her basic training. The T in FAST stood for time, as in time to call 999. But that wasn't an option, otherwise they'd have done it long ago. From the corner of her eye, Fiona saw Neil rise to his feet and head for the door.
If he's had a stroke, the sooner we get help the better. I'll go down myself. No point in risking more folks getting injured.
Everything Neil said made sense, both on a communal level and as a way for him to slip off into the night and never be seen again. Perhaps he was just a good friend of Kevin's, but if he was the person who'd assaulted Kevin, then his insistence on leaving was nothing more than him engineering a way to escape. Whatever Neil's motives for trying to bring help might be, Fiona knew she was duty-bound to accompany him, regardless of the risk to herself.
I'll go down with Neil and the big man over there.
Lewis pointed at Jack.
You're right about it being dangerous. It's a job for men. Not meaning any offence.
Fiona's own anger at Lewis's casual misogyny was only a fraction of Alice's as she rounded on Lewis. How dare you insinuate such a thing? And since when did you get off on playing the white knight? You can say what you like, Lewis, but either me or Fiona is going to be in the group that goes down the hill. Do you understand me? Hang on a minute. Fiona pushed herself in front of Alice and speared Lewis with a look. You can speak for your own group all you want, but you're not speaking for ours. It's up to us to decide, not you. Jack and Donna both nodded their approval at Fiona's statement, but she wasn't happy with what she'd said. It had been a mistake to show the presence of different groups, to highlight the factions among them. When she left, there would be a certain underlying animosity towards Donna and Jack, as they'd end up being judged on the company they kept, namely her.
I'll go, Fiona. Your legs are shorter than mine, which means it'll be easier for me to wade through the snow.
Jack made a good point. He had at least 6 inches on her, and while Fiona's proportions gave her a long body, his furnished him with endless legs. Something Donna always complained about when trying to source jeans and trousers to fit him. You also have a wife. I'm single. If anything happens on the way down, it's better to happen to me than you. Donna's face paled at Fiona's grim reckoning. It might have been kinder to sugarcoat things for Donna's benefit, but Fiona had a second agenda for making the attempt to summon help. In her mind, Neil was a strong candidate for the attacker. As a police officer, she planned to keep a close eye on him in case he decided to try and make a move against others in the party, or simply try to abandon the group once in the shrouding depths of the snowstorm. Jack drew a long breath in.
I'll be fine.
Donna never uttered a word, but Fiona could see the apology in her friend's eyes as she reached out and took a firm hold of her husband's elbow and tried to draw him back to where she sat on a bench. Jack slipped his elbow free of Donna's hand and sent her an instructive look. As a way to end the debate, Fiona turned her back to Jack. Right, I'm going. Who's coming with me? I am. Alice prodded her own sternum. Lewis and Neil stepped forward, as did Steve.
Here.
Steve gave Fiona a folded piece of paper.
I've listed Kevin's symptoms for you to relay when you call Mountain Rescue. They'll make sure to either send a doctor or at least some meds so I can sedate Kevin. Alice, I understand you're wanting to join a rescue party, but you struggled with the hike up. I think it's probably best if you leave this to the others. Kevin wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
Alice let out a long harumph and plonked herself down. Ivor lifted his head and looked at Lewis and Jack.
"If you have to turn back, I'll make it easy for you to find the shelter."
With a last look at the assembled faces, Fiona checked the compass was still in her pocket, opened the door and gestured for Lewis and Neil to lead. Jack could bring up the rear. The way Steve had given the list to her, rather than either of the men he knew, made Fiona wonder if he had his own suspicions about Kevin's alleged accident. Chapter 10. Fiona had a strong reason for allowing the two strangers to lead. It meant she could monitor them both while also using Jack to prevent them from having an easy way of ambushing her from behind. It was a great theory, stacked with common-sense practicalities. In the whirling maelstrom of the blizzard that was now blowing, the idea lasted less than 100 paces. Neil had the lead, but she couldn't see him. Lewis was 3 paces ahead of Fiona, and she could barely keep him in sight thanks to the snow. Fiona cursed her lack of foresight. There had been a length of rope under a bench in the shelter. Had she been thinking, they could have used a length of the rope as a safety line. With each of them holding the front, middle and end of the rope, they could have monitored each other's whereabouts at all times. It wasn't a fail-safe system, as if anything happened to the person at the rear, their incident might go unnoticed by the other 3. However, if the lead person were to try and slope off on their own, the dropped rope would inform those following him. The same would apply to the people in the middle, provided the person in the rear could maintain a constant amount of tension in the rope to inform them of the rope no longer being supported in 3 places. It was all moot now anyway. They didn't have the rope, and Neil either was or wasn't a couple of paces ahead of Lewis. Fiona pushed herself that little bit harder until she was as close to Lewis as she could be without tripping his heels. A new thought careered into Fiona's brain with enough force to sideswipe all previous ideas. What if there were more than one attacker? What if the hike up Ben Vui was nothing more than a ruse to get Kevin to a remote location so he could have a convenient accident? That would mean 2 or more people working in cahoots to end the life of a human being. The police term was conspiracy to murder. It wasn't an unknown situation, but it tended not to happen with everyday people like those in the shelter. There was a real mix of ages and genders, but nothing about any of them had suggested criminal tendencies. Conspiracy to murder was a charge almost always levelled at those involved in organised crime. On rare occasions, it would be a couple of family members who decided to off a wealthy relative to speed up an inheritance coming their way, but those instances weren't commonplace. As much as she knew all this, Fiona could feel her heart racing at the possibilities her latest idea suggested. So far, nobody had admitted recognising her. But what if someone had? Neither Neil nor Lewis had said a word about her coming on this trek since she'd announced she was coming. Did that mean they were happy for her to come along, as they recognised her from one of the public relations posts she'd featured in after her success on Ling? If they had attacked Kevin, were they planning to make her their next victim? Were they planning to get a suitable distance from the shelter and then attack her? Would she be bludgeoned and left to die a cold, lonely death? As much as Fiona wanted to slow her pace so she could walk alongside Jack, she daren't let Lewis out of her sight. The slog through the snow was sapping. It wasn't just the effort of trudging a path through shin-deep fresh snow. It was the consistent absence of any change to the experience. Everything was white and silent now the wind had dropped. Nothing showed that wasn't illuminated by the head torch she wore. Not only was the sensory deprivation acute, but Fiona was also on high alert lest one or both of the men she was following decided to attack her. In her mind, Fiona imagined Neil knocking off his head torch, taking up a position close enough to the track to see the light from her torch so he could ambush her. Now the idea was implanted. She was more grateful than ever she had Jack behind her. He was big, capable, and had a history of fighting. Every step taken was a repetition of the previous step with nothing to indicate progress. It was like being on a gym's treadmill without the pulsing music to listen to and buff people to compare herself against. As a way to combat the sense of not achieving any progress, Fiona cast her mind back to the trek up to think of possible markers that would prove to her they were moving towards their goal. The various curves of the track and its undulations meant nothing. Had she been able to see further than a few feet, Fiona might have spotted one of the stone benches someone had built as rest points for weary baggers. The only marker Fiona could think of she'd be able to recognise in the current lack of visibility was one of the narrow bridges that crossed the burns which cascaded down the Munro. As best as she could remember from the trip up Ben Vui, there had been one about 1/4 of a mile from the shelter. They hadn't encountered the bridge yet, which showed just how little progress they'd made. Fiona took a look at the watch on her left wrist. 4:55 p.m. It had been her father's watch, and was neither expensive nor flash. A simple device with Roman numerals, 2 hands and a brown leather strap. She'd worn it since the day it had been released to her after the investigation into her parents' murders. The watch's face had scratches. The leather strap had been replaced 4 times and the battery 8. To Fiona, it was one of her most precious belongings, as was the necklace she wore. It had been her mother's everyday necklace, and while her mother would put on something more elegant for special occasions, the twin interlocked hearts meant everything to Fiona. By wearing the jewellery, Fiona kept her parents with her at all times. The imagined presence and companionship of her parents was a small comfort that provided a weak substitute for the reality Fiona had lost that fateful day when she'd been met leaving her history GCSE, escorted to the head's office and informed of their murders. Above all other cases, the murder of her parents was the one Fiona wanted to solve. She'd hired a retired detective who'd set himself up as a private investigator to look into their murders. He'd done no better than the cops who'd been handed the original case. She'd tried herself without joy, but she wasn't ever going to give up. The one thing Fiona was sure of was that she had to somehow find a way to walk back into an exam room so she could sit her detective's exam. She'd had all the dispensations she could stomach to get as far as she had in the police. If she was to make detective and hone the skills she'd need to investigate her parents' murders, it had to be done properly. She would accept no cutting of corners, no special circumstances because of her phobias regarding exams. If those demons remained unconquered, she was the wrong person to find the closure she so badly desired. Fiona wasn't naive enough to think she'd be able to use police resources to run that particular case. If anything ever screamed conflict of interest, it was a family member of the victims being part of the investigative team. She'd have to run the case in her own time, use her training, people assessment skills and deduction to follow a cold trail that would lead her to their killer's door. Coming back to the present, ahead of Fiona, Lewis was wading through the snow in an upright position. And then, he wasn't upright anymore. Through the swirls of snow, Fiona saw Lewis land in an untidy heap and then begin to slither off to one side. On the fringes of the area illuminated by her head torch, Fiona saw the dark wood of a handrail. Fiona dashed forward and tried to catch Lewis before he slid off the bridge and fell several feet into the burn below. But as Fiona reached Lewis, her feet went from under her, and she too was on her back and slipping towards the drop. Chapter 11. Rather than thrash around as Lewis had, Fiona forced herself to be calm and motionless to arrest her gradual slide towards the unguarded summit side of the narrow bridge. It didn't work. Fiona's next move was to roll herself over onto her front and then her back again until she could grab one of the posts supporting the handrail. With something immovable to hold on to, it only took a moment for Fiona to regain her footing on the slush-coated surface of the bridge. A memory of the journey up Ben Vui returned to Fiona as she crawled her way back towards the snowy track. The bridge had been dampened from spray kicking up from the burn, its wooden decking slick and icy even on a crisp, dry morning. To compound matters, the metallic wire mesh that coated so many similar bridges to provide all-weather grip was absent. Worse still was the way the bridge had a slight lean towards the summit side. Had the bridge been constructed better and properly looked after, it wouldn't have been so treacherous to cross. Even as Fiona directed her gaze and the beam of her head torch down into the small ravine into which the burn flowed, she was feeling guilty at not remembering this and warning Neil and Lewis. Neil was nowhere to be seen, and from where she was positioned, the snow devoured her torch's beam long before it picked out Lewis. Fiona cursed into her scarf as Jack appeared out of the snow and helped her pull herself upright. As soon as she was on her feet, she pointed to the edge of the ravine.
Lewis slipped off the bridge.
Together with Jack, Fiona inched forward, every step taken with a slow deliberation as she tested the ground beneath her feet. When Fiona was sure she was at the edge of the ravine, she sat down and probed the bank with her feet until she was sure she had found a stone or piece of earthen banking that would support her weight. With Jack coming down beside her, Fiona used this method to descend the side of the ravine foot by careful foot until her torch picked out Lewis. At first she feared the worst, but then she saw him move. Lewis was using the same technique as Fiona, except he was ascending the ravine. The closer Fiona got to Lewis, the more information she could gather about his fall, and specifically his landing. He was using only his left leg to propel his journey, which told her his right must have been hurt in the fall. Although Lewis was wearing a version of the light waterproofs Fiona and most baggers wore at this time of year, he appeared to be soaked. The woolly Celtic hat he'd worn earlier was missing, and his hair was slicked to his head in a way that suggested he'd fallen into a part of the burn deep enough to immerse him. Without thinking, Fiona plucked her own hat off her head and handed it to Lewis. The human head is responsible for most of the body's heat loss, and after his ducking, Lewis would need every scrap of warmth he could either generate or preserve. Even as they moved into a position at Lewis's side, Fiona was questioning where Neil was. He might have carried on downhill, unaware of the accident that had befallen Lewis, or he could have thrown a few handfuls of snow onto the bridge to make it even more treacherous for those following him. It would be a simple tactic to buy him more time to disappear into the snowstorm. Fiona didn't know if any of her musings were correct, but she could be sure there was no way Lewis had staged his fall as a way to lure her into the ravine. There was no need for such subterfuge when all he had to do was wait for her at the bridge, and under the guise of leaning in to make himself heard, give her a violent shove. Then Jack could be dealt with the same way. As it was, Lewis was lucky to have escaped a far more serious injury from his fall, and she might not have shared his luck. Even if she had, it wouldn't take a lot of effort to finish the job that had been started. A much more pressing concern was Neil's whereabouts. If he had orchestrated Lewis's fall in some way, he'd either be watching to see if it had worked or pressing on to make good his escape. A new idea crept into the boundaries of Fiona's consciousness. It was one where forces other than the ones she'd already considered were at play. Maybe Neil had witnessed Lewis attacking Kevin. Maybe instead of calling him out on it, he'd bided his time and laid a trap as revenge. As theories went, at best it was stretching things. Few people kept a violent attack to themselves when it was against someone they knew. Fewer still said nothing when the attacker was holed up with them and other friends. It could be Neil was afraid of Lewis and feared he'd be the next victim. But even if this was the case, there had been 8 others in the shelter to pitch in against Lewis if things had got violent. There were so many scenarios at play in Fiona's head that when she saw a blaze of light above her, she didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified. Chapter 12. Neil adopted a less refined way of entering the ravine, and he slid 2 feet past them before halting. Fiona had just enough time to see the flash of light from his torch and lean out of the way before his arm crashed into her head. Fiona was on high alert. The hand she had braced on the snowy bank was already burrowing down in search of a stone she could utilise should Neil make the wrong move. Neil made a move. A right move. Rather than waste time speaking, he spent a few seconds watching Lewis push himself up a few inches on his one good leg, and then he clambered into a position where he could grip the back of Lewis's jacket and aid his progress up the side of the small ravine. Fiona followed Neil's lead and moved to a point where she could lift Lewis's injured leg. Like a weird creation from the mind of Lovecraft, the 4 of them bumped, grunted and strained together until they were out of the ravine. All the time she was helping, Fiona kept a close watch on Neil. It would be too easy for him to fake helping and then shove Lewis into her and Jack. If that happened, they'd all end up in the burn with who knew what injuries between them. The most furtive thing Fiona saw Neil do was put a hand into his pocket as they sat gasping at the top of the ravine. Even as her heart raced faster, Neil's hand emerged with his asthma inhaler. Asthma inhalers were an innocuous item. Somewhere around 1/10 of the UK population had asthma, so the sight of someone putting an inhaler to their mouth and gasping down a puff of salbutamol had become commonplace. So unremarkable a sight nobody commented on it. Except, in Fiona's eyes, the inhaler could be a neon flashing arrow pointing to a violent attacker. As she understood it, Neil's asthma was severe enough for him to carry the inhaler on his person. He needed it after perhaps 3 minutes of heavy exertion helping Lewis. That was fine, totally understandable. She'd have been more surprised if he hadn't needed the medical boost to his breathing. What Fiona couldn't grasp was why Neil had decided to hike up Ben Vui. The views, the sense of achievement all made very good reasons, as did the benefits of such exercise. What didn't add up was the risk factor. Fiona was 20 or so years Neil's junior, and the hike up Ben Vui had taxed her muscles. After traversing some of the steeper slopes, she'd been out of breath, and she kept herself in good physical condition with twice-weekly workouts and at least 1 4-mile run per week whenever her shift pattern allowed. With his asthma, Neil would have struggled more than she did, yet he'd reached the summit around the same time as she, Donna and Jack had. Therefore, unless the other group had set off even earlier than Fiona and her friends had, Neil must have trekked up at more or less the same pace she had. Why would an asthma sufferer put themselves through such an arduous experience? The views were spectacular, but they weren't so good they were worth risking death for. It could be Neil's asthma was mild enough he could handle it, that he was determined not to let the asthma inhibit his life, or that as he aged he'd decided to have one last hike before he hung up his boots. Whatever the reason he might claim, none were so strong as to shake the idea from Fiona's mind Neil had bagged Ben Vui for one reason alone: opportunity. Fiona knew it was wrong to create a single theory as to the identity of Kevin's attacker when there were so many unknown details about the other baggers she had yet to discover, but she couldn't help speculating based on the facts she had at her disposal. All she could do was keep a close eye on Neil from now on.
"Can you put weight on your right leg?"
It was Neil who asked the question, but it was one Fiona wanted the answer to. With Lewis as soaked as he was from his fall into the burn, there was no way he could continue hiking downhill when the temperature was so low. Hypothermia or exposure would do for him long before they reached a place of warmth where they could summon help. If, by some miracle, he didn't succumb to either, pneumonia would rear its ugly head. Lewis shrugged and reached a hand up for Neil to help him get upright. Fiona helped too, and when Lewis was perched on his one good leg, he tried putting weight onto his injured one. The tentative way Lewis's foot connected with the snow and the grimace on his face when his leg straightened said everything. When Lewis tried a small step, he roared in agony and hopped on his good leg. Fiona watched as Jack looped one of Lewis's arms over his shoulder and waited until Neil had done the same.
"We have to go back to the shelter."
Really?
There was enough scorn in Jack's voice to flee a rhino, but Fiona didn't care about that. She was an officer for Police Scotland. Not a day went by when a member of the public didn't throw an insult or sarcastic comment her way. As much as what she was about to say would leave her at risk, Fiona knew what must be done.
"I'll lead. See if I can trample something of a path for you."
As hard as the hike downhill to the bridge had been in the blizzard, the trip back up to the shelter was worse. Not only was their progress slowed by the gradient, but Jack and Neil had to support Lewis as he hopped between them. Every few paces, Fiona looked back, and she spied Neil's left hand rise to his mouth with a greater and greater frequency. Kevin's attacker or not, he appeared to be giving his all in the task of helping to get Lewis back to the shelter. Neil's asthma was a double-edged sword she was afraid may eviscerate her and others. If Neil suffered an asthma attack that left him gasping and unable to continue, she'd have no choice but to leave him and Jack with Lewis while she returned to the shelter to get help. That in itself was fraught with risks, as the falling snow had all but obliterated the tracks they'd made coming down. It would be easy to miss the shelter's position, as it was set a dozen feet back from the main track. The idea Neil may be the attacker still wrapped its fingers around Fiona's thought processes. Should he be the guilty party, how long would it be before he realised a fake asthma attack would give him an opportunity to abandon Jack and Lewis so he could strike out by himself? Fiona halted and took a step back towards the three men.
"Neil, swap with me."
For a moment Fiona thought Neil was going to argue, but he didn't. The next half hour saw a slow and tortuous advance back towards the shelter. Twice they fell when Lewis's standing leg lost its footing. On both occasions, the snow cushioned Fiona's landing, but each time she felt a jarring pain in her shoulder. No matter how she gritted her teeth against the agony, beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she used her pain-weakened shoulder to give Lewis support. The appointments Fiona had for the day after tomorrow loomed over her. It would be an agonising experience. But after today's events and the aftermath of what happened on Ling, the appointments were getting more necessary with every passing minute. No longer could Fiona soldier on. No more could she tolerate the dull ache creeping through her entire soul. One way or another, the appointments would have a profound impact on her future. She'd either continue to live in pain, or she'd face the examinations with a firm jaw and tears she refused to shed. The odds of her getting off Ben Vui in time for the appointments were lengthening with every passing hour, and she was resigning herself to the prospect of having to reschedule them if she made it off the Monroe in one piece. After 10 minutes, Neil and Fiona swapped places again. Fiona managed another dozen gruelling, trudged steps before she felt the weight of a human body slam into her from the uphill side of the track. The suddenness of the impact destroyed any chance Fiona had of maintaining her balance, and together with the mystery figure, she cartwheeled over the edge of the track and began to tumble down the Monroe. Chapter 13. Unlike the slide down the side of the Munro when Jack had lost his footing and cannoned into her, there was nothing controlled or graceful about the way Fiona rolled this time. To protect herself as much as possible, Fiona made her entire body into as much of a ball as she could. Another way this tumble differed from the first was this time the snow was deeper. Not an inch or two deeper, not twice as deep, a full 2 foot deeper than the 3 or 4 inches that had been present on the descent to find Kevin. The snow acted as a buffer, not against the rocks and packed earth of the landscape that jarred Fiona at every contact, but as a soft barrier that offered gentle resistance to her wild fall. Instead of barreling down the slope until it either levelled off or Fiona collided with a boulder large enough to halt her progress, the tumble lost pace as the accumulative impediment of the viscous snow did its thing. When she came to a stop, Fiona was breathless and bruised. Her troublesome shoulder felt as if her arm had been pulled off by a gorilla and then reattached by a sadist with a nail gun loaded only with the longest nails available. That was a problem for later. There were other pressing concerns. The first of which was the whereabouts of whomever had thundered into her. The second was more practical, but no less urgent. During the roll down the side of the Munro, Fiona had lost her head torch. Without it, she had no way of knowing where she was. As wonderful as it was the snow had stopped her plunge down the slope, Fiona worked out she must have caused a minor avalanche, as whichever way she tried to reach or stretch out a limb, she felt icy snow. Worst of all, she had no way of knowing which way was up. Everyone who knows anything about snowy conditions will have heard of people caught in an avalanche who, disoriented by the experience, had tunnelled sideways or down when trying to find the surface. Fiona didn't want to join their ranks, didn't want to become a statistic. As disgusting as the act may be, Fiona didn't hesitate in allowing a dribble of spittle to trace a path between her lips and across the flesh of her face. The spittle cut a track towards Fiona's right ear, telling her she was more or less lying on her right side. Fiona's jaw tightened as the agony from her left shoulder reached new heights when she extended her left arm straight up from her shoulder. She tucked her thumb into her palm to form as close to a spearhead with her hand as she could. The fresh snow provided no barrier greater than the pain of her injury. By the time Fiona's arm was at full extension, she'd broken the surface of the snow. As best Fiona could tell, the snow ended at her elbow. After a moment widening the air hole, Fiona planted her right hand beneath her and pushed her body upwards. Fiona's head broke the surface and she gasped in clean air. As much as she wanted to ponder the identity of whomever had thumped into her, Fiona's immediate focus was on getting back to her feet. Now her upper body was in a semi-upright position. Fiona wriggled her legs and feet until she was able to rear out of the snow. Although she was ready to stand, Fiona stayed where she was and shrank back down in the snow. Fiona wasn't ready to stand. Not yet. Not after what she'd just seen. The snow she'd ended up lying on was compacted by her body weight, but Fiona had enough desperation in her movements for her probing hands to scour through it. Beneath the snow she felt the wispy fronds of mountain grass. Fiona's hands increased the area of snow she'd moved aside to find earth, until she'd found what she was looking for, the direction of the slope. If Fiona rose to her feet now, she'd be facing a point midway between straight down and left along the Munro. This meant the wisp of light she'd seen was off to her right, as it appeared to be at a similar height to her. Inch by inch, Fiona worked her body around until she was facing uphill. That was a true constant. Uphill lay the track, her friends and the shelter. Downhill lay disaster, and now she'd turned, the light was on her left. Yes, it was her weak side, but she knew the only direction she could travel was uphill. As she adjusted her position, Fiona caught flashes of the light as it swept over her head. The questions Fiona could have no answer to were, was the light coming from Jack launching a rescue mission? Or was it coming from the person whose impact had thrust her from the track into deep snow? Fiona tensed her legs, then thrust herself upright in a sudden movement. The light was no longer a number of feet away, it was right upon her, and now she was standing, it beamed into her eyes with blinding effect. Beyond the light, all Fiona could see was a shadowy figure standing 2 feet away. What Fiona didn't see, couldn't see, was the hand reaching for her. Chapter 14. Fiona felt a hand grasp her left forearm. Not hard, yet there was enough pressure in the grip for her to know shaking the hand off wouldn't be an easy task.
"Are you okay, Fiona? I'm so sorry for knocking into you like that."
The male voice wasn't one Fiona recognised at once, yet she knew she'd heard it before. "I'm fine." Until she put a face and name to the voice, Fiona wasn't prepared to concede an inch nor show even the merest hint of weakness. For all she knew, the man in front of her was about to finish what he'd started. The light dipped away from her face and down onto the hand gripping her arm. Fiona didn't follow the light. Instead, she looked at the man who was wearing the head torch. It was Thomas, the slight man who she couldn't help but think of as runtish. Thomas made a gesture up the slope.
"Come on, I'll help you get back up the track."
"Like hell I need your help. Go on. You lead, I'll follow."
Fiona let Thomas set off before she fell in behind him. She had no idea why he'd done what he did, and beyond his initial apology, he didn't seem too sorry. There must be a good reason for him to leave the shelter, but until she was back with Jack and Neil instead of being left here alone with Thomas, she could wait for answers. Although she was on her guard, in case Thomas had left the shelter as he was the killer, and when he'd seen them returning had decided attack was the best form of defence. As much as Fiona wanted to leave some distance between her and Thomas, there was no way she was prepared to let him out of her sight. He may try attacking her again, and also Thomas had the only light between them. Without a torch of some kind, it would be near impossible to follow the track back up to the shelter without risking another downhill plunge. All the same, Fiona kept a good couple of feet behind Thomas, as well as placing herself the same distance to the side. It wasn't the best defence, but she was out of reach and would have a chance of reacting to any move he might make. The only moves Thomas made were trudging uphill as he forged a path towards the track. Every few steps, Thomas would twist his head to check Fiona was still following him. It was at these moments Fiona's heart beat a little bit harder. His checks might be a genuine thing, but every time he looked round, the head torch he wore dazzled Fiona, and whenever she couldn't determine Thomas's body language, she felt vulnerable. Should Thomas be Kevin's attacker, and had he recognised her as a cop from the PR pieces she'd featured in, it made sense for him to try and eliminate the threat she carried as a police officer. Yet when he'd found her after their tumble, there had been no aggression in his body language. Fiona knew the time she'd taken freeing herself from the snow created the best chance Thomas was likely to get to finish the job he'd started. Fiona got that Thomas might not have fancied taking her on in unarmed combat. It's no secret police officers are trained in how to defend themselves and are taught a variety of holds designed to subdue attackers. Had the slight Thomas not dared engage her in a one-to-one battle? It made sense he'd balked at the idea. Their joint tumble down the slope could be explained away as a mishap, but if he'd returned to the group sporting wounds synonymous with a fight, there would be little doubt as to what had happened. If Thomas was Kevin's attacker, it meant Jack wasn't, and Fiona knew Jack wouldn't give up searching until he found her. Not just because he was a decent guy, but because there was no way Donna would accept anything less from him. Another consideration was Thomas had perhaps seen something when Kevin was attacked, something he'd kept to himself. If that was the case, had he then come after the attacker and picked on her by mistake? Should this new theory be correct, it put Jack and Neil squarely in the frame. At this realisation, Fiona began to dread what she might find when they did reach the track. Would she find either Jack or Neil with their head caved in? Or would one of them simply be missing? The trip back up to the track was a purgatory hell, as however much Fiona thought she had a good surface to push off, her foot slid back at least half a step every time she moved upwards. Fiona bent her mind to what might have inspired Thomas to barrel into her. Good old misogyny would have a lot of men thinking that, in a procession, the woman would be in the centre, protected by a man in front and behind. If that idea was correct, there was still the question of who Thomas thought he was targeting. She understood that in the conditions it was difficult to distinguish one human shape from another, but there were some major differences between her physique and that of Thomas's potential target. Jack and Lewis were both a good 6 inches taller, and while Neil was much the same height as Fiona, he was far bulkier across the torso. It wasn't easy for anyone to mistake Fiona for any of the 3 men who'd been with her. For all Thomas was in the same party as Neil, they hadn't seemed too close. And if Jack had been the one to attack Kevin, it didn't tally Thomas had kept his mouth shut for so long. Fear for his own safety was an obvious reason for him not to tell everyone the truth of what happened, but that didn't stack up as a credible excuse. Discounting Kevin when they first met, Thomas was in a group of 5 along with another 2 uninjured men who'd be able to prevent Jack from attacking his accuser. When they'd arrived at the shelter, the odds had shifted even further in Thomas's favour, as the burly Lewis and Ivor were there. With so many people to prevent Jack from harming him, Thomas hadn't a good reason to stay silent. Or had he? Fiona allowed the back of her brain to nibble a morsel of a developing idea. Perhaps Thomas had kept his silence for a reason other than self-preservation. If Kevin died, and Thomas knew the identity of his attacker, had he planned to blackmail the attacker once they got off Ben Vui, and he'd had a chance to create an insurance policy against something happening to him? Had a crisis of confidence seen him reverse his plan and decide to give Kevin's attacker a taste of his own medicine? A light ahead twinkled rainbows from the deluge of snowdrops passing through its beam. It wasn't coming from Thomas's head torch. It was someone else, a tall figure. The rangy figure of Jack was soon displayed by Thomas's torch. Jack stayed in place as Thomas trudge-slipped his way past, but as soon as Fiona was within reach, he wrapped a long arm around her and hugged her tight, the embrace pouring a generous amount of petrol onto the fire in Fiona's shoulder.
I thought you were dead for a moment there. Donna would kill me had aught happened to you.
I'm fine.
What happened?
I don't really know. He came out of nowhere, crashed into me and we went tumbling. By the time I'd picked myself up, he'd come looking for me.
I see.
Jack released Fiona and gestured for her to continue her passage uphill. A minute later, Fiona was standing on the track beside Neil and Thomas, watching as Jack clambered to his feet. Jack didn't speak, didn't show any hint of what he was about to do, as he thundered a huge punch into Thomas's face, sending him flying into the uphill slope. Chapter 15. The one positive Fiona could find about Jack's assault on Thomas was he seemed to be content with only throwing the one punch, as he made no move to follow up with further blows. Neil was of a different mind, and he squared up to Jack with his fists bunched.
What the blazes do you think you're doing, you fool? Why did you punch him? For goodness sake, man, he's no more than half your size.
Jack pulled a face and remained otherwise still, his expression a blatant dare for Neil to try throwing a punch at him. Before either man could strike the other, Fiona pushed her way between them.
"That's enough! We're in enough trouble as it is without fighting each other."
"You tell that to him. He's the one who just clocked poor Thomas."
"That's enough, Neil. Instead of acting the macho hero, why don't you check Thomas out?"
When Neil pulled away, Fiona jabbed a finger into Jack's chest as she leaned in to hiss in his ear.
"Are you mad? You assaulted someone right in front of me. An unprovoked assault at that. You do know I should be arresting you for that, don't you? What do you think will happen when we return to the shelter and the rest of them learn what you did? As soon as they find out I'm a copper, they'll either insist I arrest you, kick you, me and Donna out of the shelter, or a couple of them will try and get revenge." "Why, Jack? Why did you hit him?"
"Because he tried to kill you."
Fiona had to give Jack some credit. After she'd spelled out the consequences of his violence, he looked ashamed of himself. It wasn't a lot of credit, though.
"I heard you scream, and when I whirled around I caught sight of the two of you tumbling down the hill."
Jack's arm pointed up the Munro.
"For some reason, he tried to send you crashing down, not me, Neil or Lewis. You. I reckon it's because he knows you're a copper. Donna said you didn't trust the others, and that made me wonder if you think there's more to Kevin's accident than you're letting on. Don't kid yourself, Fiona. You were targeted. You said yourself he came looking for you after the fall. I'll bet when he saw you were all right and hadn't been hurt, he daren't take you on without the element of surprise. If you had been hurt, I reckon he'd have covered you with snow and left you to die."
As Fiona cast her eyes to where a dazed Thomas lay in the snow, Jack's thoughts jibed with her darkest suspicions about the way Thomas slammed into her. Whichever way she stood it up, Thomas had knocked her flying, not any of the three men. Jack was right. She was a threat to someone on Ben Vui. Other than what she'd said to Donna, Fiona had been keeping her suspicions to herself. She'd played dumb about Kevin's fall. Not once had she made even a suggestion it was anything other than an accident. It was the same with Lewis's slip on the wooden bridge. She'd kept her thoughts on that quiet too, as she wasn't sure whether Neil had set a trap or if it had been a genuine accident. After this incident with Thomas, Fiona was now thinking others among the group shared her suspicions about Kevin's accident. Now Thomas had shown an act of aggression by slamming into her. Fiona couldn't help but wonder if he was in cahoots with Neil. The motive for the attack on Kevin was still unclear, but for two people working together, it would have been easy for one of them to halt and speak to Kevin, while the other used the cloaking effect of the snow and the distraction of conversation to launch a sneak attack. That all spoke of planning, though, and the snow hadn't been due to arrive until the early hours of the morning, by which time they'd all have safely made their descent off Ben Vui. The same applied to this situation. Neil could have agreed to lead a rescue attempt and then created a reason to turn back, by which time Thomas could have joined him, and together they could have disposed of those making up the rescue party and then made their escape. From the corner of her eye, Fiona saw Thomas had regained his feet with Neil's help and was looking their way. Thomas's free hand was held up in surrender, his left eye already swollen enough it was slitting.
"I don't know why you hit me, but I guess you think I tried to hurt Fiona. You got it wrong, you grey ape. I was chosen to come after you to stop you risking your lives going for help. There's no point now. Kevin passed shortly after you left the shelter. I was cutting a corner so I could catch you up. I lost my footing and came down at speed. If Fiona hadn't been there, I'd have probably gone right over the track and ended up a lot further down the hill. Believe it or not, crashing into Fiona probably saved my life.
Fiona held an arm across Jack's chest as a way to stop him launching a second assault on Thomas. There was no way the arm was strong enough to hold him back. It was more the message it sent.
I'm sorry, Thomas. I got it wrong. I thought you were attacking Fiona.
The first thought in Fiona's mind, after sorrow at learning of Kevin's death, was assault had become murder. As Dave Lennox had taught her to, she probed at what she'd just heard from as many perspectives as she could. If Thomas was telling the truth, he'd risked his own well-being to save them from endangering their lives. That was a positive act. Yet, if Thomas had concocted a lie to cover up his reasons to attack Fiona, the lie would be disproven upon their return to the shelter. Therefore, logic suggested there was more truth in Thomas's statement than falsehood. Thomas's voice had dropped when he'd broken the news of Kevin's death, but that wasn't hard to fake. Neil, on the other hand, had pulled a face as his eyes misted, not so easy to fake without fair warning. There was another alternative, a less than palatable one. If Neil and Thomas were working together, and Thomas was lying about Kevin's death, Fiona, Lewis and Jack couldn't be allowed to return to the shelter. The only way they could be prevented from getting back to the shelter was for Neil and Thomas to either lead them on the wrong path or kill them. If this were a typical Friday night shout, as emergency services referred to a 999 call to the White Oak, Fiona would back herself against either of the two men when fully fit. With her shoulder aching the way it was, and none of the usual police arsenal at her disposal, she knew she'd struggled to best either the scrawny Thomas or the asthmatic Neil. Fiona was clear about what she must do. It was the only course of action open to her that didn't involve risking her life, slogging through snowdrifts for hours. She pushed Jack towards the uphill slope.
Come on then. Let's get back up to the shelter. It'll be a damn sight warmer than standing around here like spare parts at a wedding. You guys can lead. We'll follow.
Thomas raised a hand and helped Neil pick up Lewis. As soon as they were 2 paces ahead, Fiona and Jack started after them. The only light Fiona had to guide her came from Jack's head torch, so she had to stick close to him. It wasn't just the thought of warmth that had Fiona eager to get back to the shelter. It was the friend she'd left there, alone in a room full of strangers. She'd thought there had been safety in numbers, but now, thanks in no small part to Jack's quick temper, it was looking more and more like they were being outnumbered. Not a position anyone wanted when there was a murderer among them. Chapter 16. Fiona got why Jack had lashed out. She just wished he hadn't. Not only would it create a level of distrust between them and the others, but it was also a perfect example of his quick temper. If Steve or anyone else had suspicions about Kevin's fall, the fact Jack had felled Thomas would make him a potential suspect in everyone's mind. With the act of violence, Jack had painted himself as the villain of the piece. While Fiona could believe he'd lashed out at Thomas for the right reasons, there was no getting away from the fact Jack was wont to hit first and think later. That's why she couldn't discount him as a suspect for Kevin's murder, and until it was proven otherwise, Fiona was working on the principle Thomas had told the truth about Kevin. As much as she could, Fiona tried to convince herself that if it was Jack who'd murdered Kevin, he wouldn't do her any harm. Not when she was one of his wife's oldest and best friends. Donna may forgive Jack for lashing out and killing a stranger if a conviction for manslaughter was how it ended, yet Fiona knew her friend well enough to know Donna would never stand by Jack if he killed someone she cared about. Fiona also knew how much Jack doted on his wife. It was obvious in his every glance and embrace of her. So far as Fiona was concerned, Jack's love of Donna was a potential reason deterring him from attacking her. By the same token, Jack's punching Thomas hadn't been a sudden lashing out. He'd waited until Fiona had regained the track. There had been a minute or two where he'd had an opportunity to strike and hadn't. Instead, he'd picked his moment. That meant he'd had time to consider his actions, to think of the consequences, and he'd still thrown the punch. Some women might feel flattered by a man riding into battle for them, but when Fiona had ever felt flattered by a man, it came when they listened to her thoughts on a topic and then had an intelligent conversation. On and on they trudged. As much as they were following the path, they also trampled in the snow on the tracks left behind from their attempted descent, so the challenges of trekking uphill negated any advantages they'd earned. The more distance they covered, the harder the going became for Fiona. Not just on a physical level, but also a mental one. On top of all her theorising about everything that had so far happened, she was worried about any number of things. As much as Fiona was close enough to keep the three strangers in sight, she was also far enough away to react if they tried anything. Her eyes were flitting up and down between the snowy path she walked on and the men in front of her. Every muscle she possessed was ready to react at a moment's notice if either of them moved in a way that made her feel threatened. Even though the complete lack of visibility created by the blizzard made it impossible to gauge distance with anything close to a degree of accuracy, Fiona was convinced they ought to be nearing the part of the track where it curled back on itself and ran along the section where the shelter was located. Neil and Thomas were leading, and if they were planning to harm her and Jack, one of the best ways to do so would be to carry on past the turn in the track, and then abandon them to wander on the side of the Munro. That would be a risky strategy, as they'd need to ensure their own return. But now the thought was in her head, Fiona couldn't help but worry about it as a prospect. There was also what might greet them at the shelter. Fiona didn't believe any real harm had come to Donna yet, but she knew her beliefs guaranteed nothing. As much as she feared one or two of the other group might have worked together to attack Kevin, all 8 of them being in collusion didn't make sense. 2 or 3, yes. 4 to 5, not impossible but improbable. All 8, no. None of this hypothesizing meant the killer hadn't sown seeds of doubt and dissent. If it had been surmised Kevin's fall wasn't an accident, fingers would be pointed, and what better suspect was there than a stranger? If any of those in the shelter had remembered the order they were in when Kevin fell, they'd recall she and Donna were leading the group. A fact she knew Donna would remind them of. Jack had been among the other group, though. It was him the finger of suspicion would be aimed at, his name that would be associated with the attack. Were all Fiona's musings about Neil's and Thomas's role in Kevin's murder to prove groundless and they made it back to the shelter, Fiona could only see a hostile environment awaiting them. Whether Kevin was anything more than a liked colleague was unknown, but it was certain he would be mourned by Steve, and there was no telling how Steve would react when cooped up for hours with a person he believed had killed his uncle. Fiona tensed. Ahead of her, Neil had reached across Lewis's back and touched Thomas's arm. Was this a signal? Were they about to attack? To dash off and leave her and Jack behind to flounder in the blizzard? Neil's arm moved in front of Thomas, and together with Lewis the 2 men changed direction. Fiona upped her pace as much as the snow gripping her legs allowed. Neil's head turned their way and he smiled at her. There was no urgency in the body language of any of the men in front. They did nothing more than continue to trudge onwards, in a different direction, at the same laboured pace. Fiona realised her error. This wasn't the point in their trek where they were ambushed. It was the point where the track curled back towards the shelter. Now, as Fiona trudged forward, the biggest worry she had was that they'd carry on right past the shelter, as the footprints they left on their way down were now all buried by the snow. It was the wrong thing to worry about. A fact Fiona realised when she saw Neil's legs fold beneath him as he crumpled to the ground, pulling Lewis with him, although Thomas managed to release Lewis before he was dragged down too. Chapter 17. As Fiona dashed forward to get to the men, she was keeping a close eye on Thomas and Neil in case the collapse was nothing more than a ruse to get her and Jack in close so they could be attacked. Jack was on her heel, and he barged Thomas out of the way, then stood guard while she checked out the fallen Neil. To see what she was doing, Fiona whipped Neil's torch from his head, jammed it over her head, and shone it into his face at an oblique angle so as not to dazzle him. Fiona saw blue lips and confusion on Neil's face. His breaths were nothing more than panicked gasps. Everything Neil was displaying were symptoms of an asthma attack. That would also explain the collapse. Except it was cold enough for Neil's lips to be blue, and confusion wasn't the hardest thing to fake. As for the panting, that took no doing at all. She was panting herself from the exertion of the climb, and she was younger and fitter than Neil. Plus, Neil was half carrying Lewis. Had she not been so suspicious of Thomas and Neil, she'd have continued to take her turn at Lewis's side. As a police officer, Fiona encountered fake confusion almost every time she questioned someone about a crime they were alleged to have committed. Fiona's radar was attuned to the various tricks people used when trying to lie to her. She knew all the signs and how best to counteract the attempts to deceive. Instead of asking questions, Fiona chose to make a statement.
"You're having an asthma attack. Stay still and try to be calm. If you tell me where your inhaler is, I'll get it for you."
Neil pointed a hand back the way they'd come. If he'd lost the device during their trek, it wasn't good for him. However, Fiona didn't believe Neil had dropped it without his knowledge. The inhaler was something he'd used at frequent intervals during their treks through the snow. Therefore, it was something he'd take great care of. It wasn't a few pennies falling from his pocket to hide themselves between the cushions of his sofa. The inhaler was something that helped him breathe. As Lewis rolled himself clear, Fiona bent until she was on her knees beside Neil. To protect herself from a sudden attack, Fiona made sure his arm was trapped between her knees and his body, and she planted a hand on Neil's shoulder as she patted the pocket she'd seen him use to store the inhaler. If he tried to rise, she'd put more weight on the shoulder to pin him down. Through the padding of Neil's jacket, Fiona felt something hard and square. It could be the fob of his car keys or any number of other items, but when she pushed her fingers into the pocket and retrieved the square shape, it was the inhaler she was holding. Rather than administer the dose herself, Fiona took Neil's hand, planted the device in his palm, and moved his hand to his mouth, then looked at Thomas and Jack.
"You two, help me set him up."
Neil depressed the canister and sucked in a breath of the atomized drug. A minute later, he was sitting up in the snow, his back braced against Thomas's legs and his feet pointed down the track.
What happened? Where am I?
The questions were answered by Jack, but Fiona wasn't convinced they weren't a ploy to reinforce the confusion element of the supposed asthma attack. Neil was on her suspect list for a reason, and this episode had yet to play out to its conclusion. If this was a ruse, their move would come any moment.
"We'll have to carry him."
The words came from Jack, but not for the first time since leaving the shelter. Fiona wished he'd use his brain more. Where before Jack had been so suspicious of Thomas he'd clobbered him, he was now accepting at face value the supposed asthma attack. Fiona put Jack's about face down to the fact he believed Thomas's story about coming to save them and felt guilt for punching the younger man. Whatever his reasoning, his statement showed he was taking Neil's condition at face value. Jack's naivety burned at Fiona. Either he was wrong to be so trusting, or she was wrong to have so many doubts. Thomas made sure Neil could sit without support and positioned himself at Neil's right side.
Jack, you get the other side. Fiona, can you manage his feet?
I could, but what about Lewis? We can't just leave him. Fiona gestured at Thomas. I'll take over from you, and you can help Lewis. While Fiona believed Lewis to be innocent, she still didn't want to be one-on-one with anyone in the other group until she'd contented herself they weren't the murderer. As both Lewis and Neil were large men compared to her and Thomas, it made sense Fiona and Thomas helped Neil, while the stronger Jack assisted Lewis. But that would leave her in a potential 2-on-1 situation, and if any attack was to be made, Jack would be far more able to repel it. The place where Thomas had stationed himself made Fiona doubt herself even more. When they lifted Neil, they'd all be facing down the track. To return to the shelter, they'd have to rotate themselves through 180 degrees. Fiona managed to wriggle her way into a position that allowed her to support Neil as Thomas withdrew his aid. The weight of Neil's body on Fiona's left side had her arm and shoulder screaming for mercy, but there was nothing she could do about the pain except grit her teeth against it. They'd gone less than a dozen lumbering steps when it struck Fiona they were close to the shelter. Instead of them struggling to haul Neil and Lewis back between the three of them, it would make a lot more sense to let Neil rest and get his breathing back under control while one of them went to the shelter to get reinforcements. Now Kevin was dead, Steve would be able to come and help. The quiet guy, Ivor, was built like a steam locomotive and would be a damn sight fresher than any of them. Fiona was on the point of suggesting this when the snow before her sloped away. She had no memory of this slope, but when Fiona descended the incline, the head torch picked out a bank of snow boulders forming a wall at the other side of the rudimentary trench.
This is the shelter. Ivor said he'd make it easy for us to spot when we came back.
It was a clever touch, but until she saw the actual shelter, Fiona was on high alert for any sudden movement from Neil or Thomas. None came. 5 paces after discovering the trench, Fiona saw the shelter. Few sights had ever looked as good to Fiona as the former shepherd's house. It had never been an architect's special project. Its purpose was to provide function over form, and shrouded as it was by billowing snow, its rough stone construction was uglier than ever. To Fiona, in this moment in time, the shelter was the most beautiful building in the world. Prettier by far than the Basilica de la Sagrada Familia in Barcelona or the Notre Dame Cathedral. Even the stunning Taj Mahal didn't get a look in. 2 kicks on the door saw it opened and the rugged face of Ivor staring at her, a walking pole held out in front of him like a spear. Its tip had been blunted by use, but was still sharp enough to pierce flesh if thrust by a man as powerful as Ivor. Chapter 18. When they entered the shelter, they were greeted with surprised looks from everyone as Ivor sprang to help them with Lewis. But Fiona's eyes sought a different view. She found it in the shelter's second room. On the bench closest to the door, Kevin lay still with his jacket draped over his head and torso. It wasn't the greatest mark of respect for someone who'd passed, but Fiona could find no fault with it as there was nothing else anyone could do. It made sense they'd moved him away from the stove, but Fiona could only imagine how traumatic the act would have been for Steve. The urge to pull the jacket from Kevin's face and check for further foul play was strong, but Fiona resisted it for the time being. The longer the other group didn't know she was a copper, the more they might reveal. 10 minutes later, Fiona, Jack, Thomas and Neil joined Lewis by the stove. Lewis had been stripped of all clothes bar his underwear and redressed in a variety of garments sourced from most everyone. As part of the stripping process, Steve examined Lewis's leg. As soon as he could, he fed Lewis's hiking boot back onto his afflicted limb and tied the laces tight.
Lewis, your ankle appears to be sprained. You need to keep your weight off it, okay?
Will he be all right? The question came from Sarah, Lewis's wife. Fiona had watched her with care as soon as the door was opened. By clinging onto Jack's arm earlier, Donna had shown her feelings about him risking his life on a rescue attempt. Sarah had done no such thing.
He'll be fine. He'll be dancing with you afore you know it. I'll strap him up. Can you make him an ice pack from the snow outside to help the swelling?
Instead of rushing to her injured husband upon their return, Sarah had remained in her seat, what could almost be described as a look of disappointment on her face. It could be she was used to Lewis being a clumsy lump, or she was dejected help wasn't on its way. But whatever emotion she was wrestling with, it wasn't spousal concern. Even her question to Steve seemed to be for form's sake rather than a genuine interest in Lewis's well-being. This information was stored away with a dozen other tiny details Fiona had picked up when they'd re-entered the shelter. Now it was time to see what else she could learn about this group of strangers. Fiona gazed at the mug of hot water Alice had given her. Now the wood stove had been going for a while, the shelter had enough heat for the occupants to shed their jackets. Someone, Fiona guessed at the domineering Alice, had got the old-fashioned kettle and boiled up some snow to give everyone a hot drink. Perhaps one of them had sought out a water source. After all, there must be one near the shelter for the shepherd to use when he lived here. Fiona couldn't recall one, but there were many small rivulets that had been piped beneath the track up Ben Vuya. Fiona took care to blow on the liquid before touching it to her lips. It had to cool, and she had to warm up, otherwise she'd be scalded, or at the very least would end up with chilblains on her lips. A fine look to have when she went to Glasgow for her appointments. When Fiona took a sip, the water tasted better than any of the fancy coffees Aunt Mary had sent as a birthday gift. Better than her favourite meal, chicken Caesar salad with garlic croutons at the Harbour View restaurant in Oban. Thoughts of that delicious salad brought back memories for Fiona. The last time she'd eaten there, she'd been treating Edwin Hamilton. Edwin was a guy she'd met on Ling. At first a suspect, he'd ended up providing invaluable help, and she credited him with saving a life. There had been nothing romantic between them, and never would be. Edwin was a kind man with a good heart, but he was nothing more than a friend. Like his mind, Edwin's tastes were uncomplicated, and he'd demolished the double burger eating challenge, then rounded off the dinner with a bowl of ice cream he'd slurped from his spoon with an expression of rapturous delight. Across the shelter from her, Neil and Lewis were cradling mugs of soup Alice had made from one of the packets. Jack sat beside Fiona, his head bowed as Donna clung to him. Suspicious glances had met them all when Thomas's blackening eye was seen by the occupants of the shelter. "Come on then, Thomas. Tell us what happened out there. And don't you be giving me any of your usual nonsense. I want the truth of it." Alice stood with hands on hips like a headmistress admonishing a naughty child. Fiona didn't care how Alice stood or what her body language said. It was the words from her mouth she was focusing on. There was history between her and Thomas, and for the time being the best way to learn more about the other group was to sit back and observe.
"I hit him."
Jack held up both hands in apology as Donna pushed herself away from him.
"He came down a slope and crashed into Fiona. The two of them went tumbling down the hill. I thought he'd deliberately tried to hurt Fiona, so I clocked him one. It was a mistake. I got it wrong. But you've no idea what it's like out there, when you're cocooned by the snow like that. You can only see 4 or 5 feet in any direction. Your mind starts playing tricks on you. You find yourself imagining all kinds of weird things. It's not just that, but the snow was getting deeper and deeper, and it was hard work taking even a single step. I shouldn't have hit Thomas. He was coming to save us making an unnecessary trip. I'm man enough to admit I was wrong. If it makes anyone feel better, Thomas is welcome to take a swing at me to even things out.
There was a rustle at Fiona's side as Donna nestled back into her husband.
Thomas is half your size, you great bully. If anyone gets to even things out, it should be someone who can hurt you as much as you hurt poor Thomas.
Frances rose to stand in front of Jack, her face grim as she pointed at Ivor.
He's closer to your size. He should be the one to pay back what you did to Thomas.
Not happening.
Ivor folded his arms, his face set into the kind of grimace that forbade argument.
Fighting solves nowt.
Frances's nostrils flared.
He hit your friend. Someone you've worked with for years, and you're going to sit there and do nothing? I thought you were better than that, Ivor. They're not locals. Their accents tell me as much. We don't know them any better than they know us. We've all worked at Inverary House for years. You've known poor Thomas for years, and you're going to let an outsider thump him without doing anything? And to think, I thought you were a good man.
Oh, do be quiet, you silly woman. Alice gestured at Thomas, then Jack. Jack getting punched won't help anyone. It won't make Thomas's face hurt any less. And what Jack said makes sense. In his shoes, I would have scalped Thomas too.
He should be punished.
Frances's lip stuck out like she was a chastised kid.
It's not right that he hit Thomas.
No, it's not. But it's understandable. If you could think with more than one brain cell at a time, you'd realise that. Jack made a mistake, but at least he has the decency to admit it. We're stuck on a Monroe in the middle of a blizzard, and he was out there risking his life trying to get help for Kevin. Yes, he got it wrong when he punched Thomas, but are you really so stupid as to not see the big picture here? At Alice's brutal comment, Frances backed off and wedged herself on the bench between Ivor and Lewis's wife, Sarah, her face a picture of distressed fury. Steve's yell silenced everyone. When Fiona cast her eyes to where Steve was pointing, she saw Neil was now clutching his throat.
What's wrong with him?
The question came from several voices. Steve was bent in front of Neil, his face a mask of concern.
He's gone into anaphylactic shock. Does anyone know if he's brought his EpiPen?
Chapter 19. While the others rooted in Neil's backpack and pockets looking for an EpiPen and argued about what they knew about him being allergic, Fiona stayed back and paid attention to as many of the conversations as she could, while also thinking deep thoughts. Alice had been the one to provide the soup, but when she'd reached for the packet, she'd taken a long look at it before handing it to Frances with a few words. Frances had then moved the packet back and forth until she no longer had to squint as she examined it. This told Fiona both women had been checking the listed allergy information. Nobody at the time had mentioned allergies, so both women must have known to be careful. Neil was gasping for breath as Steve knelt in front of him and pulled Neil's sleeves up in what Fiona presumed was a search for an allergy-identifying bracelet. Both arms were bare save for a battered watch. Alice tapped Steve on the shoulder.
We haven't found an EpiPen. Sorry.
It says here it may contain wheat. Thomas waved a packet of soup as if it was a winning lottery ticket.
That's good. Does it mention nuts? He's allergic to nuts.
Fiona got why Steve was asking about nuts. Nut allergies were often the most dangerous, as one of their symptoms was a closing of the esophagus. People with nut allergies tended to let those in their orbit know, however, as the allergy could be so strident as to be triggered by airborne particles from someone who'd eaten nuts. There'd been a shout she'd been called out to one time because a drunk guy had eaten peanuts and then visited their peanut-allergic neighbour. The airborne particles on their breath had been enough to trigger a reaction. That hadn't been the reason for her attendance. She'd been there to arrest the women's sons for beating the peanut-breathing neighbour unconscious.
No.
Lewis snapped his fingers.
What else does it contain? He's allergic to celery as well.
You're wasting your time. Alice snatched the packet from Thomas with a snarl on her face. We gave Neil tomato soup. Like the idiot he is, Thomas is giving you the allergy information from oxtail soup. Francis and I checked the ingredients for nuts or traces of nuts, as it's no secret he's allergic to them.
Where's the packet of tomato soup then?
Francis threw it in the stove. The shelter fell quiet enough to hear a wasp fart as they all looked at one another. Thomas had been right to try reading off another packet, though it was unfortunate there was more than one flavour. Frances had no doubt thought she was reducing litter by burning the empty packet. Fiona was sure that in Frances's mind, she'd assumed nobody could think what she'd done was in any way sinister. Fiona could. Both Alice and Frances had examined the packet for information regarding allergens. She already worked that out. By passing the packet to Frances, Alice had shifted or at least shared the blame. Frances's burning the packet could be viewed as good housekeeping, or destroying evidence depending on how you looked at things. An idea came to Fiona, so she acted upon it. Can someone pass me those 2 packets of soup over, please? The packets were handed over without comment by Thomas, although Fiona could feel every eye in the room watching her as she looked at the back of the packets. Steve, I don't know if this will help you any, but the allergy information is pretty much the same for both the oxtail and chicken broth. They both contain soya, celery and eggs. The oxtail warns it may contain wheat, and the chicken broth may contain wheat and milk.
Right.
Steve's head tilted as he considered what she'd just said.
Of those allergens, the ones that can cause anaphylaxis are milk, soya and celery. Neil had tomato soup, which was likely to be cream of tomato, which will probably have milk and soya in it. I'd guess it's celery too, as it's used in a lot of dishes. I don't think it's the milk or soya. Anaphylaxis is a rare symptom for those allergies, and when you look at how much has splashed over his leg and onto the floor, I think it's fair to say Neil didn't drink a lot of the soup, but he's probably had enough to trigger an anaphylactic shock.
Lewis cradled his mug to his chest.
He's right. Celery's great for adding flavour. Kevin and me never made a soup without it. Will Neil be okay?
Steve answered without turning his head.
If he can stay calm, I think he will. I'd sooner give him a jab with an EpiPen, though. After this, and with his asthma to contend with, he cannot exert himself at all. He'll have to be airlifted or carried down. What about his inhaler? I've seen you giving him puffs from it. Won't it make him better? No. The salbutamol in his inhaler will help ease symptoms such as the anaphylaxis, but it won't treat the root cause. Untreated, he could suffer from anaphylaxis for hours.
Once again, silence enveloped the shelter. It was obvious what was needed, but nobody wanted to be the one to say it. Fiona didn't let her mind go that way, as she had other things to think of. The negligence of Alice and Frances in giving the allergen-laden soup to Neil could be nothing more than ignorance. If they hadn't known of Neil's second allergy, they couldn't be held accountable. If they had known and had claimed not to have seen it, there was something else afoot. That made Frances burning the packet all the more sinister. If either Frances or Alice had meant Neil to suffer an allergic reaction, Fiona wanted to know why. Both women had been in the first group she, Jack and Donna had encountered. The members of that group were all suspects in Kevin's murder. They were also potential witnesses. Fiona couldn't help but wonder if one of the women had seen Neil attack Kevin and had fed him the soup as a way to exact revenge. It was a leap to imagine either woman behaving in such a manner. Alice's caustic nature meant she wouldn't have been able to keep her mouth shut. She'd have called the killer out as soon as she dared. With a room full of people, there were more than enough bodies present to make sure there could be no violent retribution against her. The same logic applied less so for the mousy Frances, but Fiona couldn't see her keeping quiet either. Frances had been furious with Jack for punching Thomas, and it was Frances above all others who'd campaigned for Jack to be punished for his crime. Those kinds of moralistic traits weren't picked up and put down at will. They coloured a person's thinking throughout every interaction. While Frances was perhaps not confident enough to point the finger herself, Fiona could see the woman confiding in someone as to what she'd witnessed. From what Fiona could tell in the short time she'd been in the group's company, Frances had something of a soft spot for Thomas and found comfort and protection from either Ivor or Sarah, or both of them. To carry on that logic, Neil and Thomas seemed close, so it didn't seem probable it would be Thomas in whom Frances confided. With so many relationships to assess and keep track of, Fiona didn't realise Jack had stood up and was reaching for his jacket until she heard the rasp of his zip being fastened.
Neil needs an EpiPen, or at the very least a fresh inhaler. I'm going to go get one and raise the alarm. No need for anyone to come with me. I'll go by myself.
As Donna yelled at her husband not to go, the shelter descended into chaos as everyone voiced their opinions by shouting down others. It was just as Fiona had feared it would be. Fractious. Everyone was scared, tired, hungry and worried about their companions. Each person in the shelter had someone with them they cared about. Some wanted Jack to go and get help and medical supplies. Others, Donna most of all, thought all he would achieve was the throwing away of his life. Fiona's opinion was that a murder suspect, albeit one who was low on her list, might be making a bid for freedom. Were Jack not possessed with his fiery temper and tendency to lash out first and think later, he might drop off the list altogether. But Fiona knew of too many instances when Jack had got himself into fights he had no business starting. The one saving grace about him was that to her knowledge he'd never once been that way with Donna. Chapter 20. The uproar at Jack's declaration of intent was loud and fierce. Of the 11 people in the room, only 3 were silent. Neil, who was still fighting for breath, Ivor, because he never seemed to speak unless directly spoken to, and Fiona. One of the many lessons Fiona had been given by Dave Lennox when the wise sergeant had taken her under his wing was the value of observation at a time of strife. Instead of getting in the middle of group arguments and adding her voice to all the others, he'd taught her it was best to stay calm and look for the little tales which told a truer story about the relationships each protagonist had with the others. He'd likened his theory to a game of chess, with the king rarely being used for offence or defence. Instead, the king was the piece others revolved around, leaving the king to observe and assess every square on the board, while others were sent into battle and oftentimes sacrificed for the greater good. As a naive young woman, Fiona had pointed out the most powerful piece on the board was the queen. Instead of arguing, Lennox agreed the queen was far more dangerous than the king. He then pointed out the realities of the situation. The most dangerous and powerful piece was also the one most prized as a trophy. Fiona would never forget how he'd explained the next part of his theory.
Think of it this way. If there's a bunch of idiots going at it, the sooner you can identify the various chess pieces among them, the sooner you can neutralise them all. Sometimes the big guy doing all the mouthing off is nothing more than a pawn or a bishop who will be sacrificed by others. You need to work out who the king and queen are, and they may not fit the gender roles, so don't assume the queen is always a woman. Find the true source of the group's power and either neutralise them or get them to get everyone else to stand down.
Lennox's theory had seemed like a wind-up until the two of them had attended a shout where they'd encountered two street gangs facing off against each other. Other officers were between the gangs, and while no violence was actually happening, the threat of it hung in the air like an autumnal mist. Instead of getting between the gangs with the other attending officers and adding his voice to the din, Lennox stood on the sidelines for 30 seconds, then pointed out a tall lad decked out in a faded St. Mirren away strip.
Go and arrest him for breach of the peace, and get him in the van.
3 minutes later, the St. Mirren fan and another lad from the opposing gang were locked in the caged rear of the van. As they drove away, Lennox explained to them both they'd be taken to the station and charged. This would happen every time there was an incident involving their gangs. Nobody else would be charged. Just them. It was then up to each of them to control the others, because sooner or later one of the charges would see them do serious time. It had been an eye-opener. With his tactic, Lennox was beheading the snake, or at the very least defanging it. So now Fiona sat and observed what was going on. Alice was raging away as expected, a bishop at most. Sarah had come full circle and was demanding Jack be allowed to go for help as her husband was injured. She was a rook, deadly in straight yet obvious lines. Steve was with Jack on the need for help, but Fiona saw him as a pawn, someone who gets used as bait for the opening skirmishes. That didn't mean he couldn't play a major role, but the odds were against it happening. Thomas and Lewis were the second row of pawns to advance, nothing more than backup to protect those in front of them, their words merely echoing the arguments others put forward with more eloquence. It was the near-mute Ivor that Fiona gave highest stature to. He was the king, with Neil in the role of queen. As the chief instigator of this heated debate, Ivor was exercising a large amount of power while also adding levels of threat. If someone went with him, they'd be at risk, but the need to get Neil proper assistance off Ben Vui was a counterbalance to the dangerous undertaking Jack was volunteering for. Frances was a pawn, happy to follow others' directives even if they put her at risk. That left Donna and Jack. Donna was screeching her thoughts into the argument with increasing fervour. Fiona ranked her as a knight, not because Donna wasn't a higher-ranking piece, more because her friend had that quality of being underestimated. That made her a wild-card piece who could attack in unimagined ways. Jack was a rook or bishop. Straight lines were his thing, and when Donna's influence over him was exerted, he'd become a pawn, manipulated for the benefit of a higher-ranking piece. It was Frances walking across the shelter who silenced everyone. Jabbing fingers drooped, and faces contorted with anger settled into a more normal look as she eased her way between people. She was walking towards Fiona, her face carrying an expression of puzzled uncertainty. Every eye in the shelter was on Frances as she looked at Fiona from a distance of 2 feet.
"Forgive me if I'm wrong, but aren't you the copper who was involved in that business on Ling in the summer? The murders in the Borders last year?"
Never underestimate the danger of a pawn. No matter they are the least mobile of all the playing pieces, they can still determine the outcome of a game. Fiona had two choices: admit Francis was right and deal with not only the expectations of the innocents in the shelter, but also the attacker knowing she was a threat to their liberty, or lie. After both recent incidents, Police Scotland had publicised her success. She'd been photographed in dress uniform, and the picture had been sent to all major news outlets, along with a press release that overlooked the mistakes she'd made and celebrated her achievements. The resultant press attention and clamouring for interviews wasn't something Fiona liked or wanted. She'd refused all, and when a relentless reporter had dug up the murder of her parents and asked for her comments, she'd threatened to ram her pepper spray up his arse and then release it. The reporter had backed off, but the clamour hadn't yet died. Both Donna and DC Heather Andrews, Fiona's closest friend in Loch Gilphead, where she worked and lived, had alerted Fiona to an online petition calling for her to be given detective status. Both flattered, but furious at the public's interference in her private business, Fiona had resisted the urgings of friends to try and use public opinion to get her the detective status she so craved. None of them understood her reality, nor her reasonings. If Fiona ever became a detective, it would be down to the fact she'd been able to leave her demons at the exam room door and sit the exam the same way every other detective had. The picture of her in dress uniform made Fiona look a lot different to how she looked now. The picture had been taken on a bright day, and she'd been parade ground smart. Now she was bedraggled, cold, wet, and wrapped up in a collection of layers. It would be easy to laugh off Francis's query, except for one thing. The reporter she'd threatened had taken a parting shot some weeks after. He'd snapped her and other officers responding to a fight outside a pub in Inverary. It was a warm night, but there had been a sudden downpour and she'd been drenched as she wrestled with a drunk woman on the pavement. The piece had been written out of spite. Instead of writing about the way Fiona and others had diffused a violent altercation, the narrative of the article centred on the topic of how the mighty had fallen. The smiling press release images of Fiona were contrasted with ones of her hard-faced as she gave no quarter to a drunken, stoned woman who 2 minutes earlier had tried to bite Fiona's arm. Instead of praise for someone doing a thankless task, the reporter had questioned Police Scotland and Fiona's ambition, asking if both parties were content for the hero of two extraordinary cases to deal with things a tuchter with a big stick could sort. Fiona and Police Scotland had taken great exception to the comment, not least because the term tuchter was a commonly used insult for those who lived north of the Glasgow-Edinburgh line. More piercing than anything for Fiona was the accuracy of the accusation. She wasn't precious about her appearance, and anyone with live cells between their ears would be able to read between the lines of the picture. What got under Fiona's skin most was she possessed the ambition the reporter accused her of lacking. She had it far more than he'd ever understand. But with her ambition came responsibility. No matter the corners that might be cut to aid her journey to detective, she was going to do it right, or not at all. The Inverary picture, as Fiona thought of it, was a game-changer. It had shown her day-to-day self, and she imagined that right now she looked every bit as bedraggled as she did in that damned picture. A few members of the public had recognised her from the PR pieces, but a lot more had identified her from the Inverary photo. This all left Fiona with a dilemma now. If she lied, then Kevin's attacker might not believe her. In his place, she wouldn't. By lying and getting caught in the lie, or even disbelieved, she'd be telling the attacker she was trying to hide her cop identity. To do that would then make them question why. She'd been heavily involved in the search for Kevin. The attacker would know as much. They'd also know she hadn't exposed the attack on Kevin for what it was, at least not to the group as a whole. Paranoia about what Fiona knew or suspected was sure to take root in their mind. If they then worked out Fiona was trying to catch them, the only way to protect their liberty was to strike again. At Fiona. The one good thing about the weight of expectation that came with Fiona's unwanted celebrity was that it put every eye on her. She'd experienced it a few times, and while it had been a burden then, in this situation it could provide her with some safety. Or it would if she didn't have so many reservations about allowing Jack to make a solo attempt to raise the alarm. Fiona looked at Frances's hypnotic eyes for a moment, then lifted her gaze over the shorter woman's head, so she was addressing everyone in the shelter. "Yes, that was me." Fiona paused as murmurs rumbled among the strangers. Most were of the "I knew it" or "I don't watch the news" variety. It was Alice, who else, who had the most to say on the subject. "If you're a copper, why didn't you arrest that great ape for punching Thomas? Surely you saw what happened, or were you conveniently looking the other way?" There was nothing Fiona could do to save herself or Jack. She had many flaws, she knew she did, but lying wasn't one of them. "I saw Jack punch Thomas, but I'm off duty, so I don't have handcuffs should I decide to arrest him." "Down there," Fiona pointed out the door, "I didn't know if I could trust Thomas. Jack is married to one of my oldest friends. I've known him for more than 20 years. In short, I trust him. If Thomas wants to make a complaint against Jack when we get out of here, I'll listen to it and take the appropriate action. But for now, I'm doing nothing. Not because Jack is my friend, but because there's not a whole lot I can do that won't cause us more problems than we're already facing." Every eye looked at Thomas. He looked round the room, as if assessing who may or not back him. It was Frances whose eye he held. She nodded. "I won't be making a complaint. Not now. Not when we get down." A clamour rose as Frances, Lewis and Sarah disputed Thomas's decision, while Donna and Jack thanked him for his graciousness. Alice wasn't finished, though. "I trust you're not thinking this is going to be another one of those instances where you get your photo in the paper?" "Of course not." Fiona aimed a hand at Jack. "As for you going for help by yourself, Jack, that's a non-starter. It was tough enough when there were 3 of us to help Lewis. If anything happened to you when you were on your own, you'd freeze to death before anyone even realised you were in trouble. With the snow as deep as it is, it's at least a 4-hour trip to get help. It'll also be fully dark by now, so the visibility will be even worse. By the time you raised the alarm and a rescue party made their way back here, those 4 hours would become at least 10, probably 12. If you had an accident like Lewis did, say an hour after leaving here, it'd be 11 hours before we'd even start wondering if you'd made it down safely. If you were hurt, there's a chance you wouldn't be able to stop the snow covering you. Then, when the snow eases enough that someone else tries venturing out, or those who are expecting us back raise the alarm and send a search party to look for us, there's every chance they'll walk right by you if you're buried by snow." Jack didn't speak, but nor did he sit down. All he did was gesture towards the other room where Kevin's body lay, Neil, and then Lewis. The action said everything, but everything was too much. If they waited until morning, or at least for the snow to stop falling, Lewis wouldn't be able to hike down with them, and it was too far for him to be carried without a stretcher. That meant Lewis, and at least one other person, probably his wife, Sarah, would have to remain in the shelter with very little food to see him through until rescuers arrived. What Fiona didn't care for was the unspoken insinuation Lewis would die. Humans can survive 3 weeks without food, and there was no way Lewis would have to wait that long. Fiona had already worked all of this out in her head and divined a solution of sorts, Under no circumstances was she going to allow Jack to strike out by himself, not just for the reason she'd stated, but also the possibility of him being Kevin's attacker and therefore desperate to abandon the group to its fate. "You're not going alone, but I do believe an attempt to summon help ought to be made. As I've already said, I'll go along with you." Rather than take another stranger along, Fiona wanted someone she knew well. Jack may be on her suspect list for the attack on Kevin, but he was near the bottom, and it was better to have someone she didn't much trust than someone she didn't trust at all.
"You might think that's okay, Fiona, but it's not okay by me."
Donna was on her feet, her face a mask of restrained fury.
"What was it you said earlier? You're single, whereas Jack has me. In case you think we might have split up since you said that, let me set you straight. We haven't."
Donna's arm flashed a counterclockwise sweep of the shelter.
"Let one of them other buggers go. Why should my Jack risk his life for a stranger? It's different for you. You're a copper. It's your job."
Trust Donna to get the wrong end of the stick and use it to beat the wrong target. A fabulous friend, Donna was someone who thought nuances were a kind of pasta sauce. She'd never been able to read between the lines, and whenever she heard something she didn't like, she'd always speak long before she thought about what she was saying.
"Donna, listen up a minute."
Jack took his wife's hands and looked straight into her face.
"No, don't look at Fiona. Look at me. Neil needs an EpiPen as soon as possible. Lewis is in no fit state to hike down either. If it was good weather, as a group, we might be able to carry one of them down. But it's awful weather and we can't carry them both. You have to trust me. Trust I'll be okay. Trust I'll make sure Fiona is okay too. And you have to trust Fiona to not let me do anything stupid. Can you do that for me and Fiona?"
"Bastard."
Donna slumped back onto her seat and glared their way. The insult was her way of conceding defeat and letting them know how she felt about it.
"See if you don't come back. I'll be on Tinder and plenty of fish as soon as I have a signal."
Fiona saw Jack wink at Donna.
"No worries. I'm already on both anyway. Shouldn't be hard to find you."
"I'd swipe left if I saw your ugly mug."
Donna leaned forward to give Jack a kiss. When she broke contact, she retained her grip of his head with both hands.
"Seriously, you better come back unhurt. Both of you."
Fiona nodded her thanks at Jack and wished she didn't have to leave the shelter. As well as the trip being a dangerous one, what she really wanted to do was learn more about the group of strangers. Beyond their names and the fact they all worked together, she knew nothing about them, and to solve the murder, she'd have to learn a lot more about them all. Chapter 21. Donna pushed past Fiona and squared up to her husband.
"I can't risk losing you. I won't risk losing you. If you think you're going without me, you've another think coming. If you're going, so am I."
Fiona wedged herself between her friends. "That's enough. This is all getting far too Spartacus. Donna, I think the world of you, but you're not leaving this shelter. Trust me, I've been out there. It's too much for you. Everything Jack said about thinking all kinds of crazy ideas happened to me too. Jack and I will go. If there's another volunteer to come with us, then fine. Otherwise, we'll go alone." Donna's top lip curled as she plonked her backside onto the bench. She knew she was prone to histrionics. It was something Fiona and Jack often teased her about. Whether saying she was going with Jack was something said only to prevent him from going, or she intended to accompany him on the trek for help, didn't matter to Fiona. What mattered was Jack now accepted her company. Since her own hat was still on Lewis's head, Fiona reached over and rested her hand next to where Donna had laid hers. "May I?"
"Of course."
There was truculence and fear in Donna's tone. "I volunteer to go with you. We can't let your group hog all the glory." Fiona had been half expecting Alice to chip in. The point about glory was a stupid one, but Fiona let it fly past without comment. There was a bigger reason why she didn't want Alice along. For all the women seemed to be in good physical shape, journeying through the snow required more than stamina and determination. To be successful, the attempt had to be coordinated between the various people present. Alice's nature was to take charge. She'd want to lead, and as the leader, Fiona expected Alice would get so far and then come up with an idea of her own to try and shorten the trek. To get safely down, there was only one way, and that was the track, and when it reached the glen floor, hike across the fields to the bridge crossing the River Fine. Another reason she didn't want Alice to join them was Alice was the self-appointed leader of the other group. As such, she'd keep them more or less in check. Alice would be the one to organise people to get wood from the pile at the back of the shelter. She'd make sure the stove was kept warm and everyone got their turn to have a warm drink. That, more than anything else, is what Fiona wanted Alice to be doing. "Thanks, Alice. You're very welcome to tag along. Who do you think we should nominate as leader of the shelter if you're away? Sarah? Frances? Or maybe Ivor?" Alice's mouth opened and closed as she looked at the people Fiona had named. Fiona had selected each of the three for different reasons. Other than her insistence Jack be punished in kind for punching Thomas, Frances appeared to be a caring soul who'd make sure everyone was looked after, but there was no authority about the woman. So far as Fiona could judge, Sarah would have enough about her to do everything Alice would, but Fiona had spied a certain coolness between the two women and guessed ceding power to Sarah would burn at Alice's sensibilities. As for Ivor, the taciturn man exuded capability, but the idea of him being centre stage was laughable, as he was as far as anyone could get from being one of life's communicators. By highlighting how she saw Alice as the leader of the group, Fiona was hoping that being allowed to tag along with them would make Alice realise that if she was to join them, she'd be giving up power to adopt the role of a minion. If Alice accepted those terms, Fiona would admit she'd misjudged the woman. "I'll come too." Thomas eyed Jack with caution. "Unless you still don't trust me." Fiona saw Jack give a nod, but she wasn't sure about whether Thomas's presence would be a good or bad thing. He could prove to be either an asset, or if he was the killer looking to find a way to escape, a dangerous liability. "Then it's settled, Alice. I'd say you're needed here more than I am." Fiona turned to face Thomas. Over his shoulder she could see relief on the faces of Frances and Ivor, but disappointment on Sarah's. "You sure?" "Yeah." "Don't be a fool, Thomas. You can hardly see out of one eye." "You got any stakes with you, Alice?" Thomas gave a lopsided grin as Alice shook her head. "So if you haven't got a stake for my eye, the next best thing will be a cold compress. Being out there will be better for my eye than being in here." Fiona felt no amusement at Thomas's destruction of Alice's argument. All she could think of was the fact she'd be going out into the blizzard with two men who'd already clashed. Large parts of Thomas's story had so far checked out. Kevin was dead, and therefore Thomas's reason for coming after them to save them the trip was indisputable. However, the way he'd cannoned into her still rang alarm bells in her mind. As she prepared to exit into the snowstorm once more, Fiona tried to consider everything they may need on the way. Snowshoes were the obvious thing they'd most benefit from having, but wishing wouldn't make them appear. Her thoughts turned to what they already had a supply of. Does anyone have a torch, or spare batteries, heat warmers for our hands and feet? What about dry socks or clothes? Fiona would have asked for walking poles, but the 3 she'd seen were traditional walking poles without the snow baskets a couple of inches up from their tips. They'd be more of a hindrance than a help.
I have a spare head torch.
Lewis fished it from the pocket of his jacket as Ivor opened a camouflage backpack and handed over a small torch. Ivor said nothing as he passed his torch to Jack, but there was enough mistrust in his eyes for Fiona to feel relief at the fact the 2 men were about to be separated. She knew from bitter experience the longer people were cooped up together in a perilous situation, the more they fell out with each other. For all Thomas seemed accepting of Jack's apology, it didn't mean Jack hadn't made other enemies when he'd lashed out. There were a few mumbles from the others about how they'd either passed spare clothing to Lewis or had used their dry socks on themselves. Donna rose from her seat and wrapped her arms around Jack.
You 2 better look after each other. If anything happens to either of you, I'll hold you both responsible.
Ignore her, Fiona. If aught happens to me, she'll be on Tinder before she calls the undertaker. And if anything happens to you, I'll be looking at a fortnight in the spare bedroom. 3 weeks, tops. She'll miss the tickly game too much to keep punishing me.
Fiona could see from Donna's expression Jack's teasing assessment had missed its intended mark. Instead of triggering Donna's habit of sexualising non-sexual situations or phrases and drawing a smile from his wife, all Jack got was the kind of stern look that was more familiar on Alice's face than Donna's. Chapter 22. Fiona hadn't travelled more than a dozen steps from the shelter before she realised something was different about the blizzard. On her previous attempts to trek downhill, the snow had swirled at her from every angle at once, as if she herself was the eye of the storm. Now it was coming from a uniform direction, but with less of a driving force behind it. In its own way, that could be a good thing, or it would be if the new conditions weren't more likely to create track-obscuring drifts. Another difference in the snow was the size of the flakes. Earlier they were the size of a 10-pence piece. Now they were at least as large as a 2-pound coin. Not good. The smaller flakes had soon built up a sizable depth, but these larger flakes would only create deeper drifts in a shorter time. Before leaving the shelter a second time, Fiona had sourced a length of rope. It was perhaps 12 feet long, and that was perfect for her purpose. She gave a quick demonstration of how she wanted the rope held. Thomas was to lead, then Jack in the centre of the group, and her at the rear. Between the 2 men, the rope was to be allowed to droop a little. Should anything happen to Thomas, the dropped rope would soon alert Jack. However, the rope between her and Jack would be kept under a gentle tension. Should anything happen to either of them, a change in the tension would inform the other. Fiona had considered keeping the whole rope taut, but doing so wouldn't inform her if anything happened to Thomas, or if he decided to strike out on his own. Not for one moment did Fiona believe Jack would abandon Donna. That, among other factors, including her knowledge of the man, made him the least likely of all her suspects. It didn't mean she could discount him, though. Not with his temper and the way he was so quick to raise his fists when challenged. She'd always thought he'd grow out of it as he aged, but an incident a couple of years ago had taught her that if anything, his penchant for settling matters with his fists had got worse. She'd stopped in to see Donna and Jack on one of her trips down south to see Aunt Mary. Jack had dropped her and Donna off at a pub near Gretna, where they could have a bite to eat, a few glasses of wine and a good catch-up. It had been a great evening filled with laughter and gossip until Jack came to collect them. Throughout the evening, Donna and Fiona had noticed the sidelong looks coming towards them from a couple of guys at the next table. From what she'd overheard of the guys' conversation, Fiona had deduced they were staying in the area for a couple of nights due to work, as they kept talking about some project or other. Fiona hadn't been under any illusions as to who the guys were looking at. Donna had always been the pretty one. It was she who got hit on, not Fiona. That suited Fiona, who had no interest in forming a relationship with any man. When she felt the need, she could find someone to sate her biological urges for a week or two, and then she'd end things. Fiona knew losing her parents in such an abrupt manner was the reason she never let herself fall for anyone. She accepted that as her lot in life. So far as Fiona was concerned, it was better to feel lonely from time to time than to risk loving someone and losing them. With Aunt Mary's help, she'd overcome one debilitating tragedy in her life, but it didn't mean she felt strong enough to do it again. Not when avoiding the pain was so easy to do. Just as Jack walked into the pub to join them for a quick drink before driving them back, the two guys were standing by their table in the middle of chancing their arm. One was passing Fiona and Donna each a glass of wine, while the other carried 2 pints. Fiona was telling the guys they weren't interested, but they weren't taking no for an answer. When Jack moved close enough to overhear one of the guys call them frigid lesbians, things went belly up. Fast. Neither of the men saw Jack coming. The one closest to him got a shove in the back that sent him sprawling over the next table, both the pints he carried spilling to the floor amid the tinkle of broken glass. The second guy didn't get off so lightly. He'd barely released the wine glasses as he put them down before Jack had spun him round and slammed him into the wall, his hefty forearm pressing into the guy's throat. It had taken both Donna and Fiona to pull Jack off the man. As soon as they'd got Jack to release the guy, Donna ushered her wild-eyed husband out the door, while Fiona apologised to the two guys and the woman behind the bar who was shouting for them to get out or she'd call the police. On the drive back to Donna and Jack's Gretna home, Donna had raged at Jack for not trusting her. Jack had tried to protest, his temper waning as every defence he mounted got shot down. Donna had been right. Jack had behaved like an animal. He had acted without thinking. His temper would one day be his downfall. Was today that day? He'd already lashed out at Thomas. Would he punch him again, or maybe goad him about their altercation? These were questions Fiona couldn't yet answer. She wanted the answer to be no. Not just a no, a resounding no. But not for Jack's sake. For Donna's. Regardless of Jack's temper, Donna loved the bones of him. In all other ways, he was a wonderful husband. Jack was attentive, sympathetic to Donna's needs. He didn't drink too much, didn't gamble, and never once had Donna confided in Fiona she thought Jack had a wandering eye. But he did have a fearsome temper when something he cared about was jeopardised in a real or imagined way. They hadn't gone any more than 100 paces before Fiona realised how much deeper the snow was. Where before it had come up to the middle of her shins, it now reached her knees. Every step was close to becoming an endurance feat. It would be worst for Thomas at the front of their line, as he didn't have the luxury of treading in someone else's footsteps. Fiona could tell from the fresh tracks Jack was using Thomas's path to ease his own, and it was a move she aped. Even so, it was hard going. Doubts about the wisdom of their attempt started to plague Fiona. As the representative of the emergency services among the group, ought she have made an executive decision and forbade this excursion? How sensible was it to endanger 3 lives? Would the next time she featured in the press be her obituary? Earlier, Steve had insisted on getting his uncle help, and it was Kevin needing urgent medical care that had prevented Fiona from discouraging the first attempt to get down to the glen and raise the alarm. If she had pulled rank then and decreed there should be no attempt to strike out for help, she could have been putting her head in a noose should Kevin die before help arrived. But that was then, and this was now. Kevin was dead, and here they were, risking 3 lives to hopefully save one. Fiona balled her left fist and thumped it against the outside of her right thigh. the action hurting both her shoulder and leg. The pain was a distraction she needed. The die had been cast and they were trying, come what may. Now they'd started, there could be no changing a decision that had already been made. As Fiona huffed and panted with the exertion, a new thought came to her. It wasn't a welcome one. The trek was taxing her. She was fit, she made sure of that. Never a sprinter, Fiona had always been better at distance running. She had a good core stamina, and even though she might be a little breathless, she knew she could continue on like this for a good few hours before she was in any real danger of her strength giving out. Jack was big and strong and fit, but Thomas's slight body made him appear puny and runtish, and while he might have a wiry strength about him, how much stamina he had was anyone's guess. It was with this realisation Fiona made a decision. When they got to the bridge, she'd insist Jack and Thomas swapped places. Jack's long legs would forge the best path through the snow, and the rope would give her fair warning should Thomas decide to try anything underhand. After 20 minutes of that order, she could take a turn leading with Jack behind her. Then Thomas could have another shift at the front. To share the burden of leading among them all would be to third it. It was a nice theory, one that had all kinds of merit, or would have if Fiona had factored in one alarming point. The snow was no longer reaching her knees. Now it was covering them. Short of walking like a stork crossed with an Irish river dancer, the only way to keep progressing forward was to lift each leg as high as she could and then kick her foot through the top few inches of the snow. It was easier to wade through chest-deep water than it was to walk forward. Still, Fiona pressed on, until 2 hard jerks of the line halted her. Jack was sending her a message. The message was unknown, but there were no more pulls on the line. Rather than remain tight, it went slack, so she forged her way through an area of snow that came to the middle of her thigh. She didn't know what to expect when she caught up the 3-pace lead she'd given Jack, but it wasn't the presence of Thomas at his side. Thomas's head shook side to side as she approached him.
The snow's near up to my you-know-whats, and it's getting worse the further we get from the shelter. We need to decide if we keep going or turn back while we still have a chance of making it back to the shelter.
Fiona realised all her worries about their endurance levels had been a subconscious trick of the mind. By fixating on this, rather than the reality of their situation, Fiona had distracted herself from thinking what Thomas had just voiced as the snow deepened. A glance at Jack saw him looking back at her. Jack wasn't one of life's natural leaders. He was a follower, and other than the occasions where his temper got the better of him, never put himself in a decision-making position. Whether Jack felt they should go on or return to the shelter, he'd take his lead from her. That much was clear from his face. Fiona looked at her watch for 2 reasons. The first being she wanted to see what time had passed since they'd left the shelter. The second being it was her dad's watch, not hers. By looking at the watch, she could perhaps divine what her dad wanted her to do. Half an hour had passed since they'd closed the shelter door behind them. The first attempt had seen them reach the bridge in 20 minutes. 20 minutes to cover a quarter of a mile meant they'd been travelling at a mile every 80 minutes. At that pace, they'd have reached their cars just over 6 hours after setting off. Now their pace was slowed even further, and after a half hour they hadn't yet reached the bridge. The 6 hours she'd calculated for the previous attempt had just become 8 or 9 for this one. She and Jack and Thomas might be able to keep going for that long, but there was no telling how deep the snow might get the longer they kept going. They were still a good way off it yet, but once they got a certain distance from the shelter, it'd be harder to turn back than continue forging forwards. At some point, it would get to a zero-sum game. They'd only sink so deep into the snow before the compressed snow underneath their feet acted as a support. The problem was, if that happened to be crotch deep, it would be a torturously slow journey. By every common sense metric, the decision to turn back and return to the shelter was a no-brainer. Equipped with snowshoes and so forth, a rescue team would make far quicker progress up Ben Vuya than they were making down it. An additional point to this was the fact that, alerted to Lewis's and Neil's conditions, the rescue team would bring with them the appropriate equipment. Fiona reasoned with herself about those at home who were expecting any one of the 12 of them to return having raised the alarm. She couldn't speak for the others, but nobody was awaiting her. She was next on shift in 3 days. The dreaded appointments were in 2 days' time, but how much fuss would be made if she didn't show for them? She was due to call Aunt Mary for one of their twice-weekly catch-ups tomorrow night, which in real terms was a long time away. One of the others would have a partner or family member of some sort who called it in. There were too many of them not to. Likewise, a concerned citizen, such as a worker at the Fine Ales brewery where they'd left her car, might have raised the alarm after they didn't return. The question was, how would the emergency services react? It was a job for mountain rescue, of that there was no doubt. However, with a capricious wind and zero visibility, no helicopter pilot would be fool enough to try searching for them. Even if someone was brave enough to take a helicopter up, the best they could do would be to fly at a height where they'd be safely above all the Munros and try searching for them using thermal imaging. Fiona had no idea at what distance thermal imaging cameras worked up to, but she assumed the ones used by mountain rescue helicopters would be among the best on the market and would therefore work at a respectable distance. However, even if the helicopter was directly above them and picked up their presence, there would be no way the pilot would be foolish enough to attempt to land on the side of the Munro, or even hover above the shelter to drop a rescue line, regardless of how much he trusted the instruments in his cockpit. The way Fiona was thinking, if a pilot was courageous enough to risk flying in these conditions, their equipment would pick up the heat signal from the shelter first. The mountain rescue team would know about the shelter and would assume any stranded baggers had holed up there to wait out the snowstorm. Once the pilot knew the shelter was in use, there was every chance the heat signals given off by the 3 of them were likely to be dismissed as belonging to sheep. All of these musings left Fiona undecided. A man's life could hang in the balance. It would be a dereliction of duty to not do everything in her power to get Neil the medical assistance he needed. But there was nothing to be gained by the potential sacrifice of herself and 2 others. To press on was a near suicidal mission. Fiona looked at Thomas.
We can't go on. With the snow as deep as it is, it'll take us hours to get down, and there's every chance we'll either freeze to death, get lost, or have an accident like Lewis did. I know Neil is your friend, and seeing him lying on the bench without any dignity upsets you, but we have to face facts. It's too dangerous to go on.
Thomas's face tightened as he gave a tiny nod and set off back up the track. When Jack followed him, Fiona fell into her position at the rear of their expeditionary party. She hadn't gone 5 paces before she felt the weight of guilt settle onto her shoulders. Chapter 23. The head torch Fiona wore illuminated no more than 4 feet in front of her as she trudged uphill after Thomas. Jack was leading, and she was content to bring up the rear. As expected, the going was slow and laborious as they trekked along the track. Even before they got to the first switchback, Fiona was breathing hard and had developed a sheen of sweat on her torso. As she felt trickles of perspiration trickling down her back, Fiona's fingers, nose and toes were numbed from the cold, and no matter how much she sniffed, she couldn't prevent her nose from running. The one benefit of being so isolated in the snow was it gave her the chance to think without interruption. Although Fiona had to stay alert to her footing and the tension on the rope they each held, the going was so slow and measured she could do that on autopilot. Fiona's mind was focused on the people in the shelter. If she'd had more time with them and the conversation wasn't so dominated by either attempts to summon help or recriminations about individual actions, Fiona knew she'd have made a point of making innocuous inquiries about the group to give her a better handle on their various relationships and what any of them may have had to gain by murdering Kevin. Rather than rehash what she'd already considered about some of the shelter's occupants, Fiona bent her mind towards those she'd yet to shine the spotlight of suspicion on. She knew little about any of them, but the taciturn Ivor was someone who intrigued her. None of the other group, not even the forthright Alice, had challenged Ivor on not having much to say, which indicated his wasn't a voice they were used to hearing a lot of. Therefore, his silent behaviour was the norm. Ivor was old enough for the others to look his way for guidance, yet that hadn't happened. With everyone in hiking gear, there wasn't too much to gauge about anyone's social status from the way they dressed, but Fiona had spent enough time researching her own hiking gear to recognise that both Neil's and Kevin's equipment was almost as good as money could buy, while Thomas's seemed to come from the bargain basement bin. Ivor's salt and pepper haircut gave him the look of a businessman rather than someone whose hands provided his income, but that didn't mean a lot. None of the three women wore makeup, but then again she didn't herself, and Donna had applied nothing more than a quick smear of lipstick. From previous experience in dealing with the public, Fiona had learned when a taciturn person spoke, they were worth listening to. That had been the case so far with Ivor, but to Fiona the way the others didn't ask his opinion sat with the slump of an untrained puppy. The only way Fiona could get her thinking aligned with the others ignoring Ivor's opinion was to assume she was mistaken about him. Yes, he might have made a couple of wise utterances and have a businessman's haircut, but that didn't mean he was who she guessed him to be. For all she knew, he could be anything from the hotel manager to a pot washer with a vein streak. It was wrong to assume that if he did have what some might view as a lowly occupation, he could be of any less help, or his opinion didn't count. But other than the vote, none of his group had turned to him for advice. That told Fiona Ivor's opinion wasn't valued, yet it had been him who Francis had urged to punch Jack. Did Francis's haranguing of Ivor suggest he was handy with his fists? If so, was it the biggest clue yet as to the identity of Kevin's killer? Were it the case Ivor was disliked by the group at large, if he'd been considered to be intelligent, someone would have said something to bring Ivor into the conversation, even if it had taken the form of a sarcastic comment. All of these thoughts reverberated around Fiona's brain like a hyperactive pinball, but each thought always bounced off the same bumpers. Ivor's eyes held wisdom. Ivor's beefy physique seemed ideal for the physical demands of a trek for help. Yet Ivor had voted to stay in the shelter and wait for help to come, or at the least morning and the end of the snowstorm. Ivor hadn't volunteered, which in some ways made him less of a suspect. However, if he had struck the blow that led to Kevin's death, he was perhaps playing a huge bluffing game. The lack of challenges to Ivor from the others also had a variety of potential sources. It could be the others knew he was hopeless at directions and didn't trust him not to get a rescue party lost, or that Ivor had an illness or recent surgery making him a poor choice for the taxing endeavour going for help was sure to be. It was here Francis's entreaties for him to punch Jack again reared into Fiona's perspective. The list of potential reasons nobody pushed Ivor to get involved with either opinions or physical help was long, but the one Fiona wondered about the most was if Ivor wasn't asked because for one reason or another the others were afraid of him. It was the reason which made the most sense and sat with her copper's way of thinking. Assume nothing, believe nobody and challenge everything were the foundation of police training. The ABC mnemonic was something Fiona reminded herself of every time she put her uniform on. As much as she could, Fiona had to challenge her own thought processes, had to make sure she was forming theories from her observations and suspicions, rather than creating a theory and shoehorning facts into her thinking to make her theory work. Ivor and the other group's interactions with him were something to think about, but not something she could use to point a finger without a lot more evidence. Fiona moved on. Ivor wasn't the only person she hadn't given a lot of thought to. There was also Sarah to consider. Sarah had been somewhat vocal when her opinion had been asked, but had otherwise left the speaking to Alice. The way Alice dominated the conversation wasn't something that made assessing a group easier, but Fiona had long ago learned how to listen to one person while observing others. She wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes in uniform if she'd not been able to do so. Sarah and Lewis were married. Fiona knew that much about her. She also knew the marriage was in trouble. When Lewis, Jack, her and Neil had left on the first attempt, Sarah had neither sent her man off with a hug nor told him to take care. Fiona understood everyone was different, and while Donna and Jack were very public with their affection of each other, another couple might not be. That was normal. Everyone had their limits, and like-minded people tended to find each other. For a wife not to offer any hint of affection, or even tell her husband to take care when he was about to risk his life, spoke volumes about the condition of their relationship. Likewise, when Lewis had returned with an injured ankle, Sarah had shown little more than a perfunctory concern. To Fiona, it was almost as if Sarah was doing just enough to not draw attention to herself, a trait common among guilty people. As Ivor did when the vote had been taken, Sarah voted to not risk an attempt to get help. Yet despite not thinking it safe, she hadn't protested Lewis's involvement in the first attempt. All of this indicated to Fiona Sarah no longer cared for Lewis in any meaningful way. So why were they still together? What had gone wrong for them? The answers to these questions were in their dozens and not something Fiona wanted to waste time considering. As a couple, they'd chosen to bag Ben Vuya together with colleagues. Whatever the source of strife in their marriage, and whatever reason they had for sticking it out, that was their business and would only become Fiona's if she found either of them in the frame for Kevin's murder. Another thing Fiona had noticed was all the time Steve had been examining Lewis's injured ankle, Lewis had kept his other leg well away. This was something he continued to do long after a spare pair of socks had been sourced and Lewis's good ankle was covered. Fiona was aware of the risks of jumping at shadows and figured this was nothing more than an attempt from Lewis to protect his injured ankle from collision. All the same, it hadn't escaped her attention that as soon as the rudimentary ice pack had begun to melt, Lewis had reached for the other sock and boot. Ahead of Fiona, Thomas's back seemed to disappear into a swirling white gloom. Fiona's brow furrowed. The tension on their lead rope hadn't changed, and the distance between them seemed the same as it had been since adopting their formation. Realisation struck Fiona a cold blow. From her pocket, she produced the small torch Ivor had given Jack. No longer than the width of her hand, it seemed feeble compared to the heavy police torches she was familiar with. Fiona's thumb depressed the button and the torch flared into life, its beam a bright whirl that dimmed within seconds. Ivor's torch gave off more light than her own, but not by much. Not good. They'd passed the first switchback on the track, but they still had a long way to go and many hours before daylight even thought about trying to slink its way through the blizzard. How long the torch would last was unknown. For now, it illuminated the trench made by Jack's and Thomas's footsteps just fine, but if the initial flare was its usual output, it was now operating at no more than half of its capacity. Jack and Thomas each had a torch, and Thomas had the spare given to him by Lewis. That left them one spare between 3 of them. They'd manage with 2 torches, but how long the remaining 2 might last was anyone's guess. Cold sapped batteries. That was something Fiona had learned the hard way. She'd bought her first car during a cold snap. Over-eager to get her own transport, she'd ignored the fact the car had struggled to start when she'd taken it for a test drive, and believed the salesman's line about it just needing a decent run-out to put a good charge on the battery. A fortnight after handing over payment for the car, Fiona had to fork out for a new battery, as no matter how far she drove, the old battery was incapable of maintaining a charge overnight if the temperature dropped below 0. When given Ivor's torch by Jack, Fiona had looked it over. There was a port where a charger would be plugged in. Therefore, even at full charge, it was unlikely the battery would be as good as a new one. To try and preserve the battery life, Fiona encased as much of the torch in her gloved hand as she could. There was little chance the action would have a significant effect, but if it prolonged the battery by even a quarter of an hour, it would help. As Fiona trudged after Thomas, she was trying not to think about Ivor knowing the torch wasn't at its best, trying not to think he'd passed it over without any hint of a warning about it. Maybe he didn't know. Perhaps he'd used the torch often enough to know it would last for hours. Or maybe he'd known it would only last long enough to get them too far away from the shelter to safely navigate their way back in the dark. Chapter 24. Time lost all meaning for Fiona. It would be easy to pull back her sleeve and look at Dad's watch, to take comfort from whatever its hands indicated. It would be a pointless act. Whether it was now midnight or March was of no consequence. All that mattered was distance and depth. Fiona had no way of knowing how far they'd travelled, but she was sure they'd soon encounter the final switchback in the track. So far as she was concerned, it couldn't come soon enough, as the snow was now up to her hip and every step was a fight to wade forward. Ahead of her, Fiona noticed Thomas slowing. She tensed, her every instinct warning her of looming trouble. Past Thomas's shoulder, Fiona could make out flashes of red from Jack's coat. That hadn't happened before, so she reasoned Jack had found a reason to halt. Thomas pulled off to one side, and the 3 of them clustered together so they could talk. Fiona looked at her friend's husband, but made sure to also keep Thomas in sight.
"What's up, Jack?" "Nothing much."
Jack pointed over his shoulder at the track.
"I'm pretty sure we're at the switchback. But rather than lead you round it, I wanted you both to check it out in case I'm wrong. It's one thing going in a straight line, but picking out turns is a nightmare when the blizzard is so disorientating."
The sheen of sweat on Jack's face and his shortness of breath didn't escape Fiona's notice. His leading the way uphill through the snow was taking a hard physical toll on him. He wasn't complaining, but she planned to suggest she or Thomas lead for a while to give Jack a breather. Jack might well be the tallest and strongest of them, but that didn't mean his endurance could be taken for granted. Both Fiona and Thomas took a look at the area Jack thought was the switchback, and they agreed he was right. Moving forward again with Jack still leading, Fiona knew they weren't far from the shelter, but the distance was relative. They had to get back before their torches gave out, before their physical reserves gave out. However, if Thomas was planning to make any kind of move against them, it would have to happen soon. Already holding tight to Cosset the device's battery, Fiona's grip on Ivor's little torch increased. As a defensive weapon, it was little better than a paperclip, But it was all she had, so she clung to it, more to comfort herself than anything else. No police officer ever wants to see a murder suspect walk away from them. But as Jack and Thomas vanished once more into the blizzard, Fiona wasn't thinking like a police officer. She was thinking like a human being who'd just been left alone on a hillside in an unprecedented snowstorm, with only a fading torch to light her way. The rear of Thomas's jacket showed itself between snowy flurries, then faded from vision. The fact he might be a killer did nothing to lessen the sense of abandonment Fiona was feeling after the brief moment of comradeship she'd felt while checking if Jack was right about the switchback. Both men were now out of her sight, her sphere of influence. Was this a moment one would use to prey on the other? A minute after rounding the switchback, Fiona again found the two men were waiting. Jack reeling the rope in so it maintained attention, and Thomas trampling a small area for them to stand. Both of their faces were grim, and it took Fiona's brain a few seconds to interpret the reason for this. Jack's head torch was dimmer than it had been at the bridge a couple of minutes ago, and even as Thomas was creating a level area, his hands were fumbling with Lewis's spare head torch. No matter how Thomas prodded at the head torch, he couldn't get it to switch on. Fiona's mind flashed back over the evening's events. After the fall, Lewis's head torch had been missing. She'd presumed he'd lost it in the fall, and the one he'd given to Thomas had been a spare he'd carried with him. If that was the case, then unless his pocket had a waterproof zip, it stood to reason the spare torch had suffered the same immersion in the burn that Lewis had. If not, it was the one he'd been wearing, and he'd retrieved it after it had been knocked from his head. Head torches are designed to be used in wet conditions, and no sane hiker would tackle one of Scotland's Munros with one that wasn't designed to work in all weathers. The one Fiona owned had cost less than 20 quid online, and it was advertised as waterproof. However much any electrical device may purport to be waterproof, they're designed to be protected from falling water. What the vast majority of head torches aren't designed for is violent immersion. Whether the one in Thomas's hands was Lewis's spare or his original one, it had been knocked around and then dunked in the waters of the burn. One tiny crack in its casing would be enough to allow water in, and if it was a rechargeable one like Fiona's, the charging connection would act as a welcoming committee for the burn's waters. Thomas thrust it at Jack. "Here, you try and get it going before I launch the bloody thing away." Jack took his turn at fumbling with the device. The longer he probed at it, the more his face mirrored Thomas's frustration. Fiona watched with disinterest as Jack tried to get it going. She was already thinking several steps ahead. Jack was a practical man. Fiona knew that. Donna was always getting Jack to do various projects around their home and posting pictures online to show his handiwork. Just yesterday, while she and Donna were chatting with a cuppa, Jack had busied himself fixing a kitchen unit with a sticking drawer and had assembled a flat-pack wardrobe Fiona had never got around to putting together. When Fiona tried to pay Jack for his efforts, Donna, in typical bawdy fashion, had told Fiona to buy her a bottle of wine, as it was her who had to deliver Jack's bedtime reward. As Jack and Donna laughed, Fiona had felt a tinge of colour rising to her face. Not at the comment. That was just Donna being Donna. The blush was fueled by something else. Jealousy. So far as human psyche and the English language were concerned, jealousy was one of the ugliest words anyone could use. As an emotion, it ate at the soul, devouring insecurities with a side order of unfair comparisons. As a word, it was malignant, an accusation that could never be taken back. It implied dissatisfaction, a grass-is-always-greener mindset belittling those accused of it. Yet it had been jealousy Fiona had felt. Not jealousy of Donna getting to bed Jack. He wasn't her type. but jealousy of their intimacy and affection for each other. Fiona wanted someone in her life who made her feel the way Jack made Donna feel. Except Fiona daren't allow that. Jack and Donna knew love. That was great. She was happy her friends had each other. Fiona knew loss. Soul-crushing, debilitating loss. The loss Fiona knew hurt every part of her. Mind, body and soul all suffered the same crushing pain. Yes, she could get up in the morning and function as a human being, but Fiona knew she'd never, ever be able to achieve a sense she'd fully healed until she'd identified her parents' killer and brought them to justice. Every idea she'd had about the reason her parents were killed had either been disproven, or worse, left hanging as a possibility a lack of evidence could neither confirm nor deny. Jack's voice cut into Fiona's mind.
It's Gust. Come on, let's get cracking. Thomas, do you want to lead for a while? If I stay close to your heel, I can do without a torch.
Thomas nodded, and his head torch went out. By the time Fiona had swung her torch up at his head, he'd already raised a hand and was prodding at the switch. The torch flickered back into life, and then back into slumber. 5 more times he got it back on, only for it to refuse to work. It was clear Thomas's nod had dislodged something, and the torch was as goosed as the one Lewis had loaned them. Shite! Fiona didn't like swearing, as she felt it was a loss of control, but there were times only bad language would do. I'll lead. She'd only gone 2 steps when she felt a hand rest on her shoulder. With a twist of her head, she saw the red cuff of Jack's coat. As for Thomas, Fiona had to trust he'd fallen in close behind Jack. Fiona was content to take the lead for several reasons. She could set the pace, and she made it as rapid as she could without risking anyone overexerting themselves. With Jack between her and Thomas, she had a level of protection. The hand Jack had placed on her shoulder would give her warning should anything happen behind her. More than once, Fiona felt a nudge at her calves or ankles as the close proximity of Jack's long legs caused issues. She let the collisions pass without comment. Jack had nothing to gain by tripping her. If he was going to move against her, and she couldn't see him doing so, he'd do far more than bump the back of her legs. Even though all 3 of them had forged a trail leading through the drifting snow, the going uphill was almost as hard as the trek downhill through virgin snow had been. Fiona's lungs ached for respite and clean, dry air, while the muscles in her legs felt punch-drunk with the effort of keeping going. Fiona made no complaint, nor did she plan to. All her focus was on getting back to the shelter as soon as she could. Fiona knew it might be her mind playing tricks, but Ivor's torch no longer seemed to shine with the brightness it had earlier. There was no point in stopping to inform the other 2. Doing so would waste precious battery life. Fiona had a torch app on her mobile, but it was an absolute last resort as she wanted to preserve her mobile battery as long as she could. As soon as it was possible to get a signal, she'd be on to Loch Gilphead police station demanding help and assistance. No matter how much Fiona's logical brain told her she was doing the right thing, the burden of guilt was growing with every hard-fought step. The decision to turn back to the shelter was one that could have dire consequences for Neil if he went into another, worse anaphylactic shock. Common sense told Fiona it could still happen at any point from them leaving the shelter to help arriving, but if they'd managed to summon help, at least her conscience would be unburdened. The battery on Ivor's torch died. In some ways it was good, as it reinforced their decision to return to the shelter. Fiona didn't see it that way as she pocketed the torch and retrieved her mobile. The first thing she did was put it onto power-saving mode, and only when the screen darkened did she activate the torch. Upon reaching the shelter, Fiona was greeted by 7 pairs of expectant eyes. There should have been 8. Alice was missing, and nobody looked too concerned about the fact. Chapter 25.
Where's Alice?
Even as Fiona asked the question, she was forming her own theories. Alice appeared headstrong enough to try going for help herself. That fit with her nature. But if that was the case, then why were Francis's eyes red, and why did both Sarah and Steve look so sheepish? The sole positive Fiona could find was Neil was now sitting up and sipping from a mug. It was Donna who met Fiona's eye.
There was a falling out about the soup and how it affected poor Neil. Alice stomped out, saying she was going to use the toilet at the back and come back with some firewood.
Fiona slid next to her friend and appreciated Jack positioning himself on Donna's other side. When Fiona spoke, she made sure to keep her voice low. "Tell me everything. Who said what to whom, their tone, their body language, everything you can think of. But first, how long has Alice been out there?" Even before Donna began to speak, a fey feeling was creeping over Fiona. It was expected tempers would fray as time passed and the level of discomfort grew. Fiona herself was battling cold, frustration, hunger and exhaustion. But getting into arguments with the shelter's other occupants wasn't a good idea for anyone.
Only about 5 or 10 minutes. She's probably giving herself some time to cool off.
Donna's eyes dipped towards Francis, then back.
Alice said a lot of nasty things. The kind of stuff which can't be easily taken back. After she'd said them, Sarah and Steve gave her a taste of her own medicine.
Not good. Downright bad, if Fiona was honest. "Okay. Give me the whole story from the start, please." Fiona listened without interrupting Donna once as her friend laid out the whole sorry mess. The stramash had started when Neil had a coughing fit that left him gasping for air. Sarah had rounded on both Francis and Alice, calling them idiots for not checking the packet properly or asking someone with better eyesight to check it for them. She'd claimed they all knew about Neil's allergy, and their stupidity might just kill him. Alice had defended herself by saying she'd done as much as she could, and if anyone was to blame, it was Francis. Steve had got involved as a peacemaker, only to be shot down by a series of acerbic comments from Alice. After Alice's broadside, Steve had left the 3 women to argue it out between them. Things settled down for a period, and then Sarah had started sniping at Alice and Francis with sly barbs. Francis had cried and apologised to everyone, and that's when Alice had lost her cool and really laid into her. Sarah had sprung to Francis's defence and started poking Alice in the chest, telling her she was out of order. In the end, it had taken Ivor, Lewis and Steve to separate the 2 women. With everything laid out by Donna, Fiona had enough of the information she needed. Sarah had been the one to react to Neil's condition with a strong emotion. Therefore, she cared about Neil. That made sense, as the group must have known and liked each other to have bagged Ben Vuya together. What also made sense was Sarah might have seen the allergy thing as a way to get a dig into Alice's ribs. When Alice had passed the blame to Francis, Sarah had switched from prosecution to defence. That told Fiona whatever Sarah's motive for pointing the finger at Alice and Francis, it was really Alice she was gunning for. While it seemed Francis was caught in the crossfire, it could be there was more to any of it than met the eye. People who worked together often ended up hooking up or forming relationships. If Fiona's judgment of their respective ages was to be trusted, both Francis and Alice were older than Sarah and Lewis, but not so much older a secret fling or a one-time dalliance could be discounted. If that was the case, It could be Sarah had found out and was using the soup and Neil's allergy as an excuse to have a go at them without it becoming public knowledge about Lewis's infidelity. That would allow Sarah to save face, while also giving her a chance to belittle a woman who'd been intimate with her husband. Sarah had defended Francis, though, which she wouldn't have done had she turned Lewis's head. Therefore, Fiona reasoned it must have been Alice. What led one person to be attracted to another was a mystery as old as time itself. And while Fiona couldn't imagine anyone fancying someone as domineering as Alice, she knew that kind of thinking was wrong on every imaginable level. Over the years, she'd seen as many odd couples as ones who seemed perfect for each other. 8s with 4s, pairs of 6s. Sometimes the guy would be punching above his weight, and sometimes it would be the girl. Whoever had slept with whom, infidelity was a good candidate when it came to the underlying anger fueling the argument. As with everything else about this case, there were too many imponderables, too many unknowns to make assumptions or formulate theories. Fiona put her lips to Donna's ear. When the guys had to split the women up, was Lewis hopping or limping? Donna's brow creased.
No, now you ask. He seemed to be walking normally. Don't quote me, though. It was chaos for a while and I may have it wrong.
The disclaimer at the end wasn't something Fiona wanted to hear, but she had to go with Donna's version of events. If Lewis was faking the severity of his injury, there were several reasons that could be behind it. He was guilty of Kevin's murder and was using sympathy as a smokescreen. He might be hoping his injury would invoke a softer side from Sarah and their relationship troubles could be fixed. Or maybe he'd had a bad fright when he fell and didn't have the courage to try going for help again. The sprained ankle would be the perfect excuse to keep him safe and, if not toasty warm in the shelter, then not freezing. Fiona stood. Right, we need to go and find Alice. I don't give a monkey's about what happened while we were away, or how any of you feel about her. Alice can't be left out there to freeze to death. Jack and Thomas also rose, but the two of them weren't enough for Fiona. She wanted some of the others to get a taste of what it was like being outside in the blizzard. Donna, you and Francis stay here to look after Neil and Lewis. The rest of us will be in pairs for our own safety. Steve, you can pair with Thomas. Ivor, you go with Sarah. If Alice isn't in the toilet or getting wood, she'll be gathering her thoughts somewhere. It's imperative we find her and get her back in here. She will die out there if we don't bring her back. All the torches are dead, so use the torch app on your mobiles. When we've got her, we'll all bring a big armful of logs from the rear of the shelter so nobody will have to go out in the snow again. She can't have gone far. That last line was a falsehood, and as soon as it fell from her lips, Fiona regretted saying it. Chapter 26. Working by the light of their mobile torch apps, Fiona led Jack and the other pairs around the shelter. There was something of a depressed track in the snow, and Fiona guessed it was from trips made to collect wood or use the toilet. What she hoped to find more than anything was Alice standing behind the shelter. If the woman was crying or furious with the others, that could be fixed. What Fiona didn't want was for Alice to be elsewhere. At the rear of the shelter, Fiona's light picked out the shape of the outhouse. It was the size of a portaloo, and she gave a shudder at the idea of having to use it. Public toilets were never up to her standards of sanitation, and this one would at best have a chemical toilet. Still, even this outhouse, and whatever horrors it may contain, would be preferable to a spade and a roll of toilet paper. In the angle between the outhouse and the shelter, a stack of wood lay beneath a tin roof layered with snow. Fiona aimed her mobile so its torch displayed the outhouse door. There was a handle on the left and hinges to the right, therefore the door must open outwards. The snow wasn't as deep in front of the outhouse as it was everywhere else. Rather than a full quarter circle in the snow being scraped back, there was only enough of an area for it to be obvious Alice had opened the door just enough to squeeze her way in. Fiona thumped on the door and shouted Alice's name. There was no answer, so Fiona gripped the handle and teased the door open a crack. When she saw what was inside, she gasped. Alice wasn't in the outhouse, and Fiona couldn't blame the older woman if she'd chosen to relieve herself in the blizzard. That's what Fiona would have done. The chemical toilet in the outhouse was piled high and stank worse than rotting fish. Only someone with a cast-iron stomach could have even considered using the outhouse. So Alice wasn't here. The question was, where had she gone? Fiona knew Alice hadn't left the shelter and struck out down the track, as if she had, they'd have met her upon their return when their torches had failed. Even if they'd somehow passed Alice by without noticing, at some point they'd have seen the tracks she left in the snow. That left 3 basic directions for Alice to take: back up the track towards the summit, straight uphill, or downhill. None of them made sense. No possible good could come from leaving the track. That was a surefire way to get lost, and to lose your way in these conditions was to invite death. Yet it didn't make sense for Alice to have gone up the track either. Yes, it might afford her some solitude so she could gather her thoughts, but she could get the same peace huddled into the lee side of the shelter. What shelter by the wall wouldn't give, though, was privacy if she did want to relieve herself. When Fiona factored in the only light Alice would have would be the torch app in her mobile, it seemed even less probable Alice had tried to make her own way down the Munro. Fiona turned, ready to issue suggestions as to where each pairing ought to search next. The only person she found was Jack.
Where are the others? When you slammed the toilet door shut, you were shaking your head. Sarah said there was no point all 6 of us looking in the same place, so they went off looking for her.
Where did they go?
A shrug. They all just grabbed an armful of logs and went off.
Fiona hurried to the shelter door as fast as the snow allowed. Piled to the left was a small heap of firewood. A look inside revealed none of her fellow searchers had returned, so she closed the door to keep the heat in and thought about what to do next. The light from Fiona's mobile was strong enough to reach a couple of feet in every direction before the heavy snowfall devoured it. Above the rustle of her waterproof leggings, Fiona could hear the wind whistle as it swirled around the contours of Ben Vuya. When Fiona cast her torch around in the area outside the shelter, it displayed fresh tracks leading in several directions but no searchers. Fiona sucked a breath through her nose and moved towards the lee side of the shelter. Tracks went before her, but there was nothing to be seen along the side of the shelter except undisturbed snow.
Quick, everyone! Over here!
The shout came loud, and the urgency of its words were matched by the panicked tone of the shouter. It had come from behind Fiona, so she turned, and with as much pace as the snow allowed, forged a path up the track. As she powered onwards, Fiona wondered what it was Steve had found. Instead of following the track uphill, the disturbed snow took a sharp left turn and went straight up the incline. This part of the slope wasn't as steep as others, but Fiona's breaths still rasped from between bluing lips as she fought her way uphill. A cynical part of Fiona's psyche filled her heart with dread as she imagined the shout was a set-up. Nothing more than a ruse to lure her to a point where the killer could attack her and nullify the threat to their liberty she presented. She eased her pace and dropped a rapid glance over her shoulder. Jack was at her heel, but she kept her pace slow until he reached her side.
Take care. We don't know what we're facing here.
When figures emerged from the darkness, Fiona could see 4 people. Steve's arm was extended, and when Fiona followed what his mobile was illuminating, she saw a flattened area of the snow. It was like someone had trampled enough snow to give them a place where they could stand with a surety of footing. From the area, a set of tracks set off left along the slope. Fiona assessed what she saw with a rapid calculation. Although it seemed like they'd travelled a long way, Fiona reckoned they were still within 30 yards of the shelter. The trudge uphill had been laborious, where progress had been a case of sliding back 8 inches for every foot gained. The way Fiona saw it, Alice had veered away from the track to buy herself more thinking time and had created herself a safe space to gather her thoughts. Alice had stayed close because at first she was planning to return to the shelter when she and those she'd clashed with had had some time to calm down. Except Alice's plan had changed. In Fiona's mind, by cutting to the left behind and above the shelter, Alice had planned to bypass the shelter and join the track somewhere downhill before continuing down the track. It was a crazy plan, and Fiona could only imagine the thoughts compelling Alice to so endanger her life. She was bound to run out of battery life on her mobile long before she got anywhere near the bottom. There was no time to waste. They'd have to find Alice before she got too far away from the shelter and put the lives of the search party at risk. Fiona didn't know which way to go. The quickest way to find Alice would be to go down the track until they picked up her trail through the snow. Yet if they trailed Alice's tracks in the snow, there was far less chance of missing her. With her decision made, Fiona set off. She knew Jack would follow her. What the others did was up to them, but for now she had something to follow, and who knew whether it would lead her to a killer. Chapter 27. Fiona pushed on, time once again her enemy. No matter how hard she tried to make good speed, she was hampered by the deep snow and the slope of the ground beneath her feet. Time and again she slid down the slope and had to scramble back up to stay on Alice's trail. The burning of her calves was offset by a deadness throughout her legs Fiona knew was a combination of the initial trek up Ben Vuya, the time spent slogging through near waist-high snow, and a lack of food to replace the calories she'd burned throughout the day. Instead of complaining or worrying about her depleted reserves, Fiona set her jaw firm and kept going. At a point some 10 yards past where Fiona judged the shelter to be, there was a significant disturbance in the snow on the ground. Everywhere virgin snow lay, the contours of its surface were a series of gentle undulations as it smoothed out the uneven surfaces beneath its depths. Yet in this area, there were unexpected ridges, deeper troughs, and a different look altogether. To Fiona's eye, it looked very much like there had been a fight where different parts of the ground had been trampled while others were left untouched. Fiona would have slowed her pace, but such was the struggle to move forward, any decrease in momentum would have brought her to a halt. Instead of slowing, she cast her mobile's torch around the edges of the disturbed area. The light picked out a trail leading downhill at a 45-degree angle. By Fiona's reckoning, this trail would intersect the track leading down Ben Vuya well past the shelter. Possibilities for the disturbance in the snow ran through Fiona's mind at warp speed. The first was the obvious one. There had been a fight, and Alice had continued her journey. Initially, that didn't stack up, because none of the others had shown any sign of injury at the flattened area where they'd surmised Alice had stood to gather her thoughts. Of course, it could be the fight had been nothing more than pushing and shoving, but there was no reason for whomever had fought Alice to not mention they'd seen her. Unless the fight had a more sinister edge to it. If that were the case, Alice may have come into contact with Kevin's killer. The questions were, had she been attacked, made her escape? The trail veering off at 45 degrees suggested someone had taken the route Fiona surmised Alice planned to take, but there was no quick way of learning if the trail was made by Alice after escaping the killer, or by the killer leaving a red herring after dealing with Alice. It wouldn't be hard to follow the trail until it came into contact with the track, and then see if it led downhill. But if it didn't, then it stood to reason Alice had encountered the killer and then disappeared. The deep snow offered an easy way to hide a body. Fiona halted and cast her torch over the disturbed area in a considered sweep. She didn't know quite what she was looking for until she found it. All the time she was carrying out this search, a ball of dread was growing in her stomach. Whatever the outcome of the altercation that had taken place here, it wasn't good. Alice was either embarking on a suicidal mission to get off the Munro, lying injured somewhere, or already dead. When Fiona's torch beam crept over a part of the suspicious area, the ball of dread in her gut bounced. Not a series of bounces, decreasing in height, but a single one that fell downwards with the thudding menace of a medicine ball. Fiona half waded, half swam her way through the snow until she was at the point which her sixth sense had told her she ought to examine. She knew the sixth sense was nothing more than a subconscious examination of minute pieces of information gathered by the other senses and compared to past experiences. Fey feelings and psychic powers weren't something she believed in, but as she began to thrust her hands deep into the disturbed snow, she was expecting to find a dead person. A bump at Fiona's shoulder signalled Jack had dropped down to join her quest. At the other side of her, a figure in a red jacket was also burrowing away with feverish intent. Fiona didn't know whether those aiding her were actively trying to help or just humouring her. Their intentions didn't matter to Fiona. All she cared about was finding Alice as soon as possible. Fiona's hands felt something hard impede her attempts to scoop the snow away. The medicine ball gave another malevolent bounce. No way was Fiona deep enough for the solid thing her hands had encountered to be a rock. Fiona traced round the object and leaned to one side so the light someone was shining from behind her could illuminate the hole. There wasn't a rock in the snow, nor was there a tree stump or any other part of nature that could have given her a false sense of dread. Instead, there was a boot. A hiking boot with multicoloured laces, just like the ones Alice had. Chapter 28. Every instinct and sense Fiona possessed was heightened. There were 5 people with her. Logic dictated one of them had attacked Alice, as both Neil and Lewis were still in the shelter with Francis and Donna. She'd found Alice. Therefore, there was now a massive target on her back, and there was no telling how the killer would react to Alice's discovery. After all, they had tried to hide her body. Fiona nudged Jack's elbow with hers.
Stand up and watch over the others. This was no accident.
As Jack rose to his feet, Fiona's mind was working with the same feverish intensity as her hands and arms as she traced her way up Alice's body. The person to her right had moved over and was now scooping snow off an area where Alice's head and torso ought to be. Jack had to be innocent of the attack on Alice. Fiona knew this because he'd been with her since they returned to the shelter. There had been a moment or two when he'd been out of sight, but there was no way he'd had the time to commit this attack and then return to her side with his absence unnoticed. Whether he was innocent of the attack on Kevin remained to be determined, but for now he was the only person she could trust. That, as well as fears for her own safety, was the reason she'd asked him to stand guard. In an ideal world, Fiona would have liked to have been standing guard so she could observe the faces of the strangers when they learned of Alice's fate. But as important as the investigation may be, getting Alice dug out of the snow while she may still be alive had to be her priority. Fiona uncovered another boot and Alice's legs.
Shit!
At the exclamation, Fiona looked to her right. It was Ivor who was digging at Alice's upper body. He'd removed enough snow that Fiona could see Alice had an arm over her face. The snow surrounding Alice's arm was tinged red. Ivor laid hold of Alice's arm and teased it away from her face, revealing a bloody pulp. On the areas of Alice's face not wounded or untouched by the flow of blood, the skin was mottled a pale blue. Steve's hand pushed Ivor aside, and a bare hand was touched to Alice's throat. Fiona's gaze was on Steve's face as he sought the information they all craved. A terse nod from Steve was followed by a slumping of his shoulders as the tension left his body. Alice was alive. Big picture, it was great news, and Fiona would have punched the air were it not for one glaring fact. The attack on Kevin couldn't be proven as suspicious, unless some DNA could be found from the rock in her pocket. Likewise, the feeding of the soup containing celery to Neil may have been nothing more than an unfortunate error or a sinister attempt to cause harm. The attack on Alice wasn't something anyone could pass over as either an accident or a mistake. Alice's nose resembled a burst tomato, and both of her eyes were swollen. Her lips were a mass of cuts, and her cheeks bore grazes that spoke of contact with an abrasive object.
What the hell happened to her?
Sarah's face was as white as the snowstorm around them. Steve twisted his head until he was looking at her.
She's been battered, you daft cow. Now stop asking stupid questions, and let's get her back to the shelter.
Fiona gestured for Steve to take the lead. He was a nurse, so he'd best know how to lift Alice in a way that caused the least amount of damage to her already injured body. While Fiona held one of Alice's legs as they carried her back to the shelter, she allowed her mind to start examining her 4 suspects for the attack on Alice. Chapter 29. By the time they had returned to the shelter and laid the unconscious Alice on a bench, Fiona was still none the wiser as to the identity of Alice's attacker. Thomas was a good candidate after the way he'd barreled into her earlier, and Alice had berated and insulted him, which could provide a motive. The opportunity had arisen when they'd gone looking for Alice, but as with the 3 other suspects, for the opportunity to have presented itself, he'd have had to separate from his search partner. The same stood for the other 3 suspects, as did the means. Alice's injuries spoke of something far harder than a gloved fist connecting with soft flesh. The obvious answer was another rock, but the snow had buried all of them. Another weapon easy to source was one of the logs from behind the shelter. Stacked as firewood, they were available in plentiful supply, hard enough to inflict grievous injury, yet small enough to conceal inside a jacket until opportunity arose. Fiona's theory about a log being used as a weapon made logical sense to her, but she'd only arrived at the conclusion a few minutes after getting Alice settled on the shelter's bench. By then, each of them had carried in the pile of logs they'd previously dumped by the shelter's door. It would have been easy to secrete the offending log in with the others if it hadn't been launched away once used to batter Alice into unconsciousness. As she sat working things through in her mind, Fiona gripped her leg above the knee. At the realisation of her mistake in not carrying out an immediate search for a weapon, Fiona put some strength into her fingers until she felt her nails digging into the flesh of her lower thigh. It wasn't a deliberate attempt to punish herself, more an involuntary reaction born of self-recrimination. She had to do better, as there was no knowing how many other people may be harmed by the killer nestled in their midst. Fiona returned her mind to her 4 suspects. The taciturn Ivor had more than enough physical strength to inflict Alice's injuries without using a log, but he was the one member of the group who didn't appear to have any gloves. A glance at his hands showed no impact lesions, and while his bulbous knuckles would have no trouble bursting Alice's face apart, they weren't likely to be coarse enough to graze Alice's cheeks. Therefore, if Ivor was guilty of the attack, he'd used a log. What motive he might have was unknown at this time, but she planned to learn a lot more about him, as well as all the others. Steve was low on Fiona's suspect list, but he was on it. Left alone as he had been with Kevin, there had been plenty of opportunity for him to press on the wound to Kevin's head, causing further damage. He'd stood back and allowed her and Ivor to unearth Alice, and this made Fiona question his feelings towards the woman. It could be he was keeping back rather than getting in the way, and soon sprang into action when Alice's face had been revealed. But that could have been an attempt to show willing rather than an actual desire to help. Fiona planned to keep a close watch on Steve and his efforts to treat Alice. So far, he was doing the right things, but she was on high alert for any little ambiguity in his care for the injured woman. Sarah's behaviour jarred all kinds of nerve endings in Fiona. For a vocal woman, she'd been quiet the whole time they'd been out searching, barring the inane question about what happened to Alice, which seemed out of character. Everything Fiona knew contradicted a known fact or was undermined by a lack of knowledge. Fiona huffed out a breath and rose to her feet, clapping her hands together as she did so. Things had spiralled out of control, and it was now time for her to take a firm grasp of the situation, to take the lead and prevent any more attacks or murders before they happened. What Fiona planned to do would paint an unmissable target on her back, but provided she kept her back covered, she ought to come to no harm. Listen up, everyone. I'm formally declaring this shelter as a crime scene in a murder investigation. Everyone in this hut, with the exception of Donna, is under suspicion of murder. Chapter 30. As Fiona expected would happen, the occupants of the shelter all voiced their thoughts on her placing them under suspicion. There were too many people speaking at the same time for her to digest what any one person was saying, but she caught enough comments such as crazy bitch and fucking amateur to know her statement had caught them off guard. Fiona raised her hands to silence the crowd, then pointed a finger at Frances, inviting her to speak.
How can you say it's a murder investigation? It's obvious Alice has been attacked, but she's alive. Look.
Frances jabbed a finger in Alice's direction.
Her chest's going up and down, therefore she's breathing.
Fiona was ready for this comment, although she had to fight to not roll her eyes at Frances's poor grasp of events. Alice was found beaten and buried in the snow. Yet there wasn't enough time for the snow to have buried her. Therefore, whomever attacked her covered her unconscious body with snow and left her to freeze to death. I'm classing what happened to Alice as attempted murder. Frances's brow puckered.
Then who's been murdered?
Kevin. He's the only person who's dead, you idiot.
Sarah's tone was laced with scorn, and her face twisted even further as she turned to Fiona.
Come on then, little Miss Smarty Pants. Explain to us all why you think he was murdered.
Fiona took a step back so she could see as many faces as possible. Because I found the rock that had been used to bash his skull in. Once again the shelter erupted as everyone spoke at once. It took Ivor banging one of the tin cups on the cast-iron wood burner to silence the room.
Let the lass explain.
Fiona dropped a grateful nod his way, although she was thinking he might be trying to seem sympathetic as a way to throw her off his scent. Instead of keeping her gaze on Ivor, she pointed at Thomas.
Go on.
Say what you have to say. Thomas cleared his throat, as if preparing to address a court.
You said everyone except Donna is under suspicion. Why is she different? Is it because she's your mate?
Expectant eyes turned Fiona's way, but this question was easy to answer,
In a way, yes. Because we're friends, she was walking beside me when Kevin was attacked. Therefore, she couldn't have attacked him. That's why I didn't include her. As with Donna, I admit I've known her husband Jack for the best part of 20 years. But he is under suspicion because I can't vouch for his whereabouts at the time of the attack. A ripple of murmurs came from the strangers, but Donna was on her feet, eyes blazing as she stepped in front of Fiona.
You're counting my Jack as a suspect? Are you out of your bloody mind? He stayed in your house last night, fixed that cupboard drawer for you, and you treat him like he's some common criminal. You just said yourself you've known him for 20 years. Can't you see he'd never kill someone?
It's a murder investigation, Donna. I can't rule anyone out until I have either evidence or witness statements to prove or disprove any suspect's level of guilt.
I hope you're a better copper than you are a friend.
And considering how you've never solved the murder of your parents, I reckon you'll never work out who killed Kevin. Fiona bit back the retort that bounded up from her heart. She unclenched her fists and let the breath that she'd held trickle from her nose. Under no circumstances was she going to rise to the line-crossing bait Donna was dangling under her nose. The only reaction she gave to Donna's incendiary accusation was a diamond-hard stare that bore deep into Donna's blue eyes. Fiona wanted the stare to be something Donna would take to her grave. Their friendship was now over in Fiona's mind. Not even Aunt Mary knew as much as Donna did about the efforts Fiona had made to catch her parents' killer. It had been Donna who'd provided a listening ear, a shoulder to cry on when Fiona had encountered dead end after dead end. Except the ear had been a deaf one, the shoulder cold. Everything Donna had provided was now revealed as lip service. No doubt there was some ghoulish entertainment for Donna in Fiona's pain. That's what the worst part of Fiona's life was to Donna. A novelty distraction. Throughout her police career, Fiona had been insulted by drunks, grieving relatives, domestic violence victims and gangs of street-roaming Neds, and never once had she felt the anger she now felt at Donna. A hand went to Donna's mouth as she recoiled under the intensity of Fiona's stare.
I'm so sorry, Fiona. I don't know where that came from. I didn't mean it.
Jack was pulling at Donna's shoulders, but his hands were shrugged off.
Please, Fiona. I didn't mean it.
Fiona didn't look her former friend's way. Sit down, Donna. We'll talk later. The chill Fiona put into her voice was enough to make Donna do as she told her to do. She directed her eyes towards the strangers. Does anyone else have any questions?
I do.
Steve had his hand raised like a kid trying to get their teacher's attention.
How can you know Kevin was murdered? So you found a rock with blood on it, so what? That proves nothing. He'll like as not have tripped and banged his head on the rock. He was a clumsy sod at times.
Fiona paused before answering. Not because she wanted time to think, although she was happy to give Steve that impression. The way he was trying to disprove her allegation of murder spoke volumes. He could, of course, be in denial someone in the shelter had murdered his uncle, or it could be he was the person to have attacked Kevin and was trying to discredit her thinking. The blood-stained rock I found was at least 5 feet away from where Kevin rolled down the slope. I'm no expert on the trajectory of falling objects, but I think it's safe to assume Kevin didn't fall and hit his head off a fist-sized rock in a way that caused the rock to jump up and fly 6 foot across and 20 foot down the slope. I'd also think it was safe to assume that once his killer had struck, they launched the rock, or, if you like, murder weapon, away to be lost in the snow. It was only pure chance I found it.
Lewis's forehead scrunched.
Yeah, you're probably right. Kevin was murdered. It stands to reason it was Kevin's killer who battered Alice and left her to die. There was 6 of you out there. Sarah can be a right cow at times, but other than a slap to someone's cheek, she's never raised a hand to anyone. Not even me when I've pissed her off and probably deserved it.
Thanks a bunch, husband.
That leaves you, the long streak of piss there, Thomas, Steve, and Ivor as suspects.
Fiona grabbed a handful of Jack's sleeve before he could react to Lewis's insult.
You're a copper, so you should be above suspicion. For the moment, let's leave you out of it. Like you and the gobby cow, the long streaky piss is a stranger so far as we're concerned, so it doesn't make sense he'd kill any of us. Your mate seems to doubt your capabilities as a copper, but that's bullshit I'm putting down to her being scared shitless. You've twice made the news for solving murders in tough circumstances. That tells me you're a better copper than she thinks.
Thank you. Fiona meant it too. After Donna's broadside, it felt good to hear someone backing her, even if the backing came from a murder suspect. She flashed a quick glance and a nod his way. If you're discounting me, Jack and Sarah, that leaves Thomas, Ivor and Steve as your suspects. Do you want to continue with your theorising?
I've not a lot more to add. I've known them 3 for years, and I can't see any of them being a killer.
Why not?
Thomas is little more than a bairn and hasn't a bad bone in his body. Steve's the same, and he's a nurse. Nurses help people, not hurt them. Isn't there some line about doing no harm that covers them? Plus, Kevin is his uncle.
It's part of the Hippocratic oath doctors take. Nurses don't need to take any such oath, so it's a moot point. Fiona only knew this because her friend Heather's little sister had told her all about it one drunken night. What Fiona didn't say was how pledges and oaths meant nothing to people such as Harold Shipman. If Steve was cut from the same cloth, he would think nothing of taking a life. And Ivor, what about him?
You're joking, right? Ivor doesn't give a shite about anything except his job at the hotel. Plus, he was in the shelter with me and Sarah when you arrived carrying Kevin, so he wasn't out there to attack him.
That's right. You all work together. What's the hotel called?
Inverary House. Kevin's the owner. Ivor looks after the gardens and does any maintenance needing done. He can grow or fix anything.
Lewis slid a look in Ivor's direction.
Mind, he'll not tell you how.
Fiona knew Inverary House. It was a former country house converted, as so many had been, into a top-end hotel. A guy she'd dated for a couple of weeks 3 or 4 years ago had taken her there for a meal that comprised 14 separate courses. It would have been a wonderful experience, were it not for the way her date had treated the waiting staff. He had been rude and overbearing. She'd supposed he was trying to be masterful in plush surroundings, when the truth of it was she'd have thought more of him if he'd been polite to the staff at a chip shop. She'd dumped him 5 seconds after he parked outside her house. Fiona dealt with too many arseholes in her professional life to tolerate one in her personal one too. That was enough for Fiona. Their jobs at Inverary House provided a connecting thread for them all which she could pull on. Instead of a public discussion like this, she would speak to every person individually until she knew a whole lot more about them all. Chapter 31. Fiona knew from personal and professional experience workplaces were a hotbed of secrets, jealousies and allegiances. Police Scotland was little different, and she had colleagues whose company she adored and others she loathed. When first stationed at Loch Gilphead, she'd been partnered with an officer everyone called Ozzy. It was only when preparing for a court appearance her sergeant had taken her aside and explained Ozzy was a nickname. Ozzy was a derivative of Ozzy's constant mantra.
Oh shit, yeah.
A genial and likeable person, Ozzy wasn't close to being classed as a competent officer. He forgot daft things all the time, and when these omissions were pointed out to him by either a nervous Fiona or a raging sergeant, he'd always give the same 3-word response. Fiona had encountered many hospitality workers during her career. Like the emergency services, hospitality was a vocation, not a job. Both came with antisocial hours and dealing with the general public who, by turn, could be wonderful or obnoxious depending on their circumstances. After the pandemic and Brexit, anyone she'd spoken to who worked in the hospitality sector shared the same complaints. Customers were more demanding and staffing numbers were lower due to there being fewer people willing to work with an ungrateful public. If the same problems found elsewhere were prevalent at Inverary House, there was every chance the group had been through adversity together, that they'd fallen out with each other, made friendships that would last years. Maybe there had been a workplace romance or two. That fit with the theory she had about why Lewis and Sarah didn't show any affection for each other. Fiona looked around the shelter trying to decide who to speak to first. Steve was busy attending to Alice. Francis and Thomas were the least confrontational of the others, but they were also the most nervous. Instinct told her if she picked either of them as the first person she spoke to, they'd clam up, or stutter and stammer their way through her questions, delivering nothing more than what they thought she wanted to hear. Lewis and Sarah were strong types who'd engage her in a battle of wits. The best thing Fiona could envisage happening now was that Alice would recover and identify her attacker, but Fiona couldn't delay her investigation in the hope she would. "Ivor, can you join me for a quiet chat, please?" Fiona gestured to the doorway of the shelter's other room. Chapter 32. To question suspects in the hearing of other suspects was a million kinds of wrong. Fiona knew that, and she made sure to keep her questions neutral and devoid of accusation. What she planned to do was gather information so she could identify the killer. She'd collected one of the tilly lamps which she set on the floor and seated herself on a bench, gesturing for Ivor to sit opposite her. It was nowhere near as private as an interview suite, but provided they talked in low voices, they wouldn't be overheard. Without the stove to heat it, this room was cold enough to fog their breath. Other than this second room, the only other place she could have talked to each person was outside. That was a complete non-starter, as it would at some point have put her into a one-on-one situation with the killer. "You're a gardener and maintenance man at Kevin's Hotel, right?"
Aye.
"What exactly do you do there?"
The gardens and maintenance.
I was looking for a more specific answer. Fiona allowed her tone to harden. Or are you trying to be deliberately obstructive?
No. I plant veg and flowers. Pick or prune them when they need it and fix out that needs fixing. Do you want me to tell you about cutting the grass and painting ceilings? Or do you want to cut to the chase and ask me if I killed Kevin?
The laconic tone Ivor was using didn't escape Fiona's notice. On some levels he seemed amused by her questions, but he also seemed nervous about any accusation she might make. Were those nerves founded in guilt or fear of a miscarriage of justice? Not yet. I'll be honest. I've no idea who the killer is, and that's why I'm trying to find out about you all before I make any accusations. How long have you worked at the hotel?
Since Kevin got the place in 95.
That's a long time. You must be good at what you do. How many of the others work there?
Lewis is in the kitchen with Kevin. Alice does the books. Francis is on reception.
And the others?
Thomas runs the bar and ponces about with fancy wines.
Fiona couldn't picture the nervous Thomas as a sommelier, but she'd been wrong about people before, so she filed the fact away for later consideration.
Sarah does the rooms, and Neil used to run the restaurant until he was poached by the castle and given the manager's job there.
Steve's a nurse. How does he fit in?
Kevin brought him up. Steve's parents died in a car smash when he was 10. It was a miracle he survived. When help came, he was trying to do CPR on his mother. Kevin took him in and looked after him ever since.
Does Kevin have any other family?
None. Everything he has will go to Steve. But if you're thinking Steve killed him so he'd inherit, you're wrong. They were like father and son.
The claim they were like father and son rang a familiar bell with Fiona, as she was as close to Aunt Mary as she ever had been to her mother. I wasn't thinking that, but it's interesting you raised the thought. That suggests you've already considered it. With the pandemic and everything, hospitality businesses have been having a hard time of it these last few years. Do you think the business is viable as a going concern?
I plant the veg and fix broken things. I don't know out about the finances beyond the fact my wages are aye paid and Kevin was aye grumbling about the cost of stuff. Mind you, Kevin aye got a new merc every other year, so must have been doing all right.
Fiona recalled it was Alice who did the books. Therefore, that line of inquiry was closed to her. The others would provide answers on the topic of how busy the hotel was, though they'd not know the financial situation of the business. If this was a normal investigation, she'd be able to look up the accounts at Company's House, but stranded where she was and not being able to do so was the latest of a long line of things denied to her. All bosses grumble about the cost of things. You should hear my sergeant going on about the overtime budget. The sharing was supposed to endear her to Ivor a little, but all it did was cause him to lift a bushy eyebrow a half-inch north. You work there. You're friends with the staff. Did they tell you it was busy? Quiet?
I stopped listening as they talk shite. Sarah reckons any more than 5 rooms is busy. Francis says anything less than 10 is quiet. Car park is usually full, but that don't mean out if customers aren't spending. My wages get paid every week and that's all I care about.
When you were paired with Sarah to look for Alice, did the two of you split up at all?
Aye.
A concerned look passed over Ivor's face.
You told us to stay together and she said we'd search a bigger area if we didn't. I should have listened to you, not her.
Fiona could hear remorse in Ivor's tone, but that didn't mean she trusted him. When you split up, where did each of you go?
I went down the track. Sarah said she was going to check the edge of the track in case Alice had went straight down.
If what Ivor was saying was true, he wasn't well placed to have committed the attack. To do so, he'd have had to sneak past Sarah and the rest of the searchers. This logic carried for whomever had attacked Alice, but someone close to the shelter would have had fewer people to dodge. Did you see any sign of anyone having joined the track from up where Alice was found? Ivor's head shook.
No, wasn't looking for that.
What he said made sense to Fiona. So far as they knew, Alice hadn't gone down the track, so the snow wouldn't show any footprints other than the ones left by the attempts they'd made to get help, and those would have been getting covered by the falling snow. How far down the track did you go? Why did you turn back?
Maybe 50 yards tops. No sign of anyone having been there, so I came back.
OK. One last question. Did you see any of the others when you were down there?
No.
Thanks. That's all the questions I have for you just now. As Ivor retook his usual seat, Fiona considered what she'd learned while also selecting the next person she wanted to speak to. As he was set to inherit Kevin's hotel, Steve was presented as a prime suspect. But other than Alice potentially having seen him strike his uncle, Fiona couldn't see why she'd been attacked. Chapter 33. Unlike Ivor, who'd sat in a relaxed fashion, Sarah was parade ground stiff with her arms folded across her chest.
This is absolutely ridiculous. You've placed under suspicion everyone except your mate, and you have no idea who killed Kevin. I've seen Line of Duty. You're one of those bent coppers. Stitching people up is probably how you get your results. Go on then. Deny it.
There's no point in my denying anything, as you won't believe me. However, as I'm an officer for Police Scotland, you probably want me to believe what you say.
I'm not answering any of your questions without a lawyer present.
Sarah made a show of looking at her watch.
I know my rights. If you haven't charged me within 24 hours, you have to let me go. To charge me, there will have to be a formal recorded interview.
Fiona had dealt with more than her fair share of clued-up members of the public. Sarah was right in what she said, but she was nowhere near as well informed as she thought. You're right. Or you would be if I had arrested you. I would have to let you go.